Muito bom dia a todos. Um dia tão interessante, não é? Very good morning to all. Welcome to this room this morning. Muy buenos días a todos, bem-vindos. Les queria pedir su colaboración para tomarem assento, por favor, de forma que podamos confirmar el quórum. Les agradezco. Mr. President, we have quorum. We can start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. If I could ask everybody, if I could ask Madame Director to take her seat. Baby? Good. Not the whole time. Okay. Alors, buenos días, bom dia, bon matin, good morning, everybody. Welcome to use an analogy we've been discussing the last couple of days, welcome to the boxing match. We're going to be starting with the undercard, two elections, followed by the main event And welcome to Dr. Tedros for being with us. And for Teresa to be here to oversee her own demise. How's that? With a smiling face, I like that. Okay, we're going to be starting with item 6.1. Selection of one member state from the region of the Americas entitled to designate a person to serve on the Joint Coordinating Board of the UNICEF, UNDP, World Bank, WHO, Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases. This is document CSP 30/17. I'd like to ask the Secretary to present the item and report on the statutory provisions concerning this item. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. The Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases, TDR, is a global program of international technical cooperation managed by the World Health Organization and co-sponsored by the United Nations Development Program, UNICEF, and the World Bank to develop new tools for the prevention and control of tropical diseases and to strengthen the research capabilities of the affected countries. The TDR is the most important administrative body of the special program. It consists of 30 members. 12 government representatives are selected by the WHO regional committees from among those countries directly affected by the diseases dealt with by the special program, or from among those providing technical or scientific support to the special program. See paragraph 222 of the Memorandum of Understanding. One vacancy will occur in the region of the Americas on January 1st, 2023, when the term of the Office of Ecuador has expired. The Pan American Sanitary Conference, acting in its capacity as the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas, is requested to select one member state entitled to designate a person to serve on the TDR Joint Coordinating Board for a 3-year term commencing on January 1st, 2023. Any member state from the region is eligible for this selection. If the number of candidates does not exceed the number of vacancies, Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure states, elections shall normally be held by secret ballot, except as concerns the elections of an ad interim director when the number of candidates for the elective office does not exceed the number of offices to be filled. No ballot shall be required, and such candidates shall be declared elected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Lou. So I think as most delegations, if not all of you know, I refer to the head of delegation meeting on this matter that took place recently. And at that time, it was known that there were 2 candidates for this single position. Both Cuba and Guatemala had expressed an interest in this. And so I'd like to ask either of those 2 member states if they would like to speak to this item. I recognize Cuba, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Cuba, como miembro activo del Programa Especial de Investigaciones y Enseñanza sobre Enfermedades Tropicales, está sumamente comprometida con las investigaciones en salud global, eficaz e innovadora. Apoyamos el fortalecimiento de la capacidad de investigación de los países afectados por enfermedades infecciosas, conscientes de que la investigación y la innovación son las principales vías para reducir la carga de enfermedades y desarrollar la resiliencia en las poblaciones en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Durante estos años hemos trabajado en estrecha colaboración con prestigiosos investigadores de los Estados miembros. Estamos satisfechos con el trabajo realizado, que se ha traducido en mejoras directas de la salud en el terreno. Continuaremos desarrollando un papel activo en el programa especial y realizando ingentes esfuerzos para que el acceso universal a la salud como un derecho humano fundamental sea una realidad para todas las poblaciones de nuestros países. No obstante, en virtud de la unidad en el marco de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, como muestra de buena voluntad y estrecha cooperación con las autoridades de salud de Guatemala, retiramos nuestra candidatura al TDR y deseamos éxitos al candidato guatemalteco. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Kiva. That was a very kind gesture. So Guatemala, would you like to speak?
Muchas gracias, presidente. En primer lugar, agradecer al gobierno de Cuba y a sus autoridades porque en aras del consenso y de la permanencia técnica nos dan un espacio a Guatemala, pero por ende a Centroamérica, el cual agradecemos, apreciamos y valoramos. Adquirimos un compromiso por trabajar de manera coordinada con el apoyo y la experiencia de científicos y observadores que acompañarán esta gestión y a este grupo. Es nuestro compromiso dar los mejores resultados para la organización y desde ya cuenten con nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Guatemala. And I want to thank Ecuador as well for their previous service in this role. And of course, like with all of our activities, I know that Guatemala in this new role, once we confirm it, we'll be keeping all the members of the conference informed on developments and discussions of this board as the representative from the Americas. So I'd like to report to the conference that since there is only one candidate, pursuant to Article 52 of the Rules of Procedure of the conference, Guatemala is designated to serve on the Joint Coordinating Board of UNICEF, UNDP, World Bank, and the WHO, the Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases. There's no need to adopt a resolution on this item. The designation will appear as a decision in the final report. Congratulations, Guatemala. Okay, I'd like to move now to item 3.4, the election of 3 member states to the Executive Committee on the expiration of the periods of office of Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico. Again, this is document CSP 30/5. I'd like to report that the nominations, there is no, we have an equal match here between three people, countries leaving and 3 joining. The nominations of Chile, United States, and Uruguay were received. I yield the floor to the Secretary to present the item, report to the conference on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Executive Committee, under the Constitution, is composed of 9 members of the organization, which are elected by the conference or the council for overlapping periods of 3 years. This year, it is incumbent upon the conference to elect 3 member states to replace, as the president said, Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico, whose terms on the committee have expired. I would also like to explain that although France, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom may participate in the voting, in accordance with Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, they are not eligible for membership on the Executive Committee. Associate members and observer states are not entitled to vote and are not eligible for election to the Executive Committee. The only other member states not eligible for election this year are the 3 outgoing member states of the Executive Committee, which are Costa Rica, Haiti, and Mexico, because every member leaving the committee must remain off the Executive Committee for at least 1 year before being eligible for re-election. And of course, the continuing members of the committee, that is Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Cuba, Jamaica, and Suriname, are also not eligible for elections. If the number of candidates does not exceed the number of vacancies, Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure of the conference applies. Rule 52 states, elections shall normally be held by secret ballot, except as concerns the election of the director when the number of candidates for elective office does not exceed the number of offices to be filled. No ballot shall be required, and such candidates shall be declared elected. And Rule 59 states, the term of office of the members elected to the committee shall begin immediately after their election and shall continue until their successors are elected in accordance with Article 15, Paragraph A of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Many thanks, Madam Secretary. I'd like to inform the conference that since there are only 3 candidates pursuant to Article 52, Chile, United States of America, and Uruguay, I would like to confirm that the consensus of the conference that these 3 member states will be elected to the executive committee. There is a resolution associated with this item, so I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present that proposed resolution.
Sí, señor presidente. Proyecto de resolución. Elección de 3 Estados miembros para integrar el Comité Ejecutivo por haber llegado a su término los mandatos de Costa Rica, Haití y México. La 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana. Párrafo preambular 1. Teniendo en cuenta lo dispuesto en los artículos 4.d y 15.a de la Constitución de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, párrafo preambular 2, considerando que fueron elegidos Chile, Estados Unidos de América y Uruguay para integrar el Comité Ejecutivo por haber llegado a su término el mandato de Costa Rica, Haití y México, resuelve. Párrafo operacional 1. Declarar elegidos a Chile, Estados Unidos de América y Uruguay para integrar el Comité Ejecutivo por un periodo de 3 años. Párrafo operacional 2. Agradecer a Costa Rica, Haití y México los servicios prestados a la organización por sus delegados en el Comité Ejecutivo durante los últimos 3 años. Es todo en cuanto a esta resolución, señor presidente. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Madame Rapporteur. So if there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted. Just to note that the executive committee, with its additional new members, will be meeting at the conclusion of the conference at the end of this week. And as we all know, and in the true nature of the inclusiveness that PAHO is, whether you're invited to the party or not, you all get to come. So I'm sure many other delegations will also be at the meeting of the executive committee on Friday. So now we're turning to the main event. Item 3.3, the election of the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, nomination of the regional director of the World Health Organization for the Americas. I asked a couple of colleagues here in the Secretariat in the 120-year history of PAHO how many elections of directors there have been. And the answer is we don't know. But what is true is that until not too long ago, a director could be elected on a 4-year term, I think it was, but had an indefinite renewal capacity. So there were some directors that served decades as the director of this organization. But now we obviously have a system where it's for a 5-year term, renewable for 1 time. And my good friend Carissa Tien has reached her 10-year limit, so this is why we're having this election now. I'd like to bring document CSP 30/4 to the attention of the conference. Inform you that the election of the next director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau will be held by secret ballot, which you're wondering when you see a very clear box in front of you, how secret it will be, but it will be, don't worry. In accordance with the rules of procedure of the conference. I would like to invite PSSB legal counsel, Dr. Heidi Jimenez, to inform the conference about the applicable rules and voting procedures for this election. Heidi, over to you.
Good morning to everybody. Mr. President, delegates, Madam Director, Mr. Director General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a pleasure for me to be making this brief presentation to you this morning regarding the applicable rules. By way of background, I'd like to start making reference to the framework pursuant to which the election of the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau is conducted. Article 21, paragraph A of PAHO's Constitution provides that the director of the Bureau shall be elected at the Pan American Sanitary Conference by a vote of a majority of members and participating states of the organization. The director shall hold office for a period of 5 years, which may not be re-elected more than once. Accordingly, the present director was elected in 2012 at the 28th Pan American Sanitary Conference to serve for a period of 5 years and was re-elected at the 29th Pan American Sanitary Conference in 2012 to serve a second 5-year term, which is due to end this January 31st, 2023. It is therefore incumbent upon this 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference to elect a new director for a period of 5 years, beginning on February 1st, 2023, and ending on January 31st, 2023. Therefore, thereafter, the conference will submit the name of the person elected to the Executive Board of the World Health Organization for appointment as Regional Director of WHO for the region of the Americas. This slide outlines the applicable rules for the election of the Director of the Bureau. I note that all delegations have received a copy of PAHO's Basic Documents publication, this blue book, which contains all of the documents and rules that are referenced in my presentation. As mentioned before, Article 21, paragraph A of PAHO's Constitution establishes that the director of the Bureau shall be elected at the conference by a vote of a majority of members of the organization. The rules of procedure of the Pan American Sanitary Conference delineate the voting process for all elections. Specifically, Rule 52 and Rule 56 stipulate that the director must be elected by secret ballot and that the president of the conference must designate 2 tellers to tally the vote. In terms of eligibility to vote, Rule 47 of the Rules of Procedure provides that each member state and participating state of the organization shall have the right to 1 vote. Rule 26 further stipulates that associate members participate equally with members in sessions of the conference, but without the right to vote. The majority required is also established in Rule 47 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, which provides that in the case of the election of the director, a majority is any number of votes greater than half the number of members of the organization. This means that the majority required to elect a director is calculated based on the number of member states and participating states of the organization. In other words, this majority is based on the fixed membership of the organization and not on the number of states present and voting, which would otherwise be applicable to all other elections. There being 38 member states in PAHO, the required majority for this election is any number of votes greater than 1/2 of 38, which is 20 votes or more. At this point, it is important to clarify that the majority needed to elect a director is not affected by the fact that any one member state may have been subject to the suspension of voting rights because of the application of Article 6B. Again, the majority required to elect a director of the Bureau is fixed at 20 based on the number of member states and participating states of the organization. In this slide, I will explain the rounds of voting. If in the first round, no candidate receives the required majority of 20 votes or more, Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference describes the sequence of balloting that would take place until a candidate is elected. After the first round, the second round of balloting would be conducted in the same manner as the first round. The first and second rounds of balloting are called unrestricted rounds because the names of all candidates that are vying for the post and have not withdrawn the candidacy up to this point would be included in the first and second round. However, if after the second round of unrestricted balloting, no candidate receives the required majority, a third round of balloting shall be conducted, restricted to the two candidates who received the largest number of votes in the second round. This means that if a third round of balloting is required, it will be restricted to only two candidates. If no one receives the required majority in the third round, then another fourth round of balloting would take place, again restricted to the same two candidates as in the third round. If no candidate receives the required majority of votes after the fourth round of balloting, then two unrestricted rounds and two restricted rounds of balloting shall be taken alternately until a candidate is elected. Now, in this slide, you can see what the ballot will look like. Please note that ballots of different colors will be used if multiple rounds of voting are necessary. Rule 55 of the Rules of Procedures describe those ballots that will be considered null and void. It states, in an election, each member state and participating state, unless it abstains, shall vote for that number of candidates equal to or less than the number of elected places to be filled. Any ballot on which there are more names than there are elected places to be filled, or on which the name of any candidate appears more than once, or which is illegible or signed, or which reveals the identity of the voter, shall be considered null and void. Therefore, in this election, any ballot with more than one name on it, or which repeats the name of a candidate, or is illegible, signed, or which identifies the voter, shall be considered null and void. Ballots that are null and void will be regarded as not voting, and therefore would not affect the required majority of 20 votes or more. Finally, I wish to remind member states of the names of the candidates that are running for office. I shall list them in alphabetical order. Number 1, Dr. Camilo Aline, nominated by the government of Panama. Number 2, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., nominated by the government of Brazil. Number 3, Dr. Florence Duperval Guillaume, nominated by the government of Haiti. Number 4, Dr. Nadine Flora Gassman Silverman, nominated by the government of Mexico. And number 5, Dr. Daniel Salinas, nominated by the government of Uruguay. I shall leave this slide on throughout the entire voting process so that delegates have the names readily accessible. Again, please remember to clearly write the name of only one candidate. Please do not write the person's country, only the name. And please do not identify yourself or your delegation in the ballot. Mr. President, this concludes my presentation, and I would be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. Are there any questions from delegations? Seeing none, I think we can proceed to the next step. I will indicate that I think we will be keeping this slide on the screen, correct? So that people who want to make sure that they spell the name correctly have it in front of them. And if you get one letter wrong, don't worry, it won't spoil your ballot. Okay, so in accordance with Article 52 of the Rules of Procedure, I name the following 2 tellers to oversee the vote: the delegate of Curaçao and the delegate of Puerto Rico, and I invite them to the tellers table. Look at that. They're coming up completely lockstep. It's pretty good. Thank you. So at this point, before the voting begins, I'll ask the Secretariat to escort our 5 candidates out of the room to await the results of the vote or votes.
Can you give me one moment?
Just one more minute, please. So waiting to make sure that every member state delegate is here present for voting. Okay. Ready to go. And the timing is perfect. The air conditioning has stopped here on the dais. Otherwise, I was going to say the outcome will be whichever comes first, majority elected or us turning into icicles here on the podium. Okay, I remind the conference that the member states and participating states of PAHO shall elect the next director from a following 5 candidates that you see listed on the screen. Before we start voting, I would like to inform the conference that if multiple rounds of voting are necessary, we will be taking a 10-minute break between the rounds. This will allow member states to carry out necessary consultations. I will be relatively strict with time, so 10 and at the most 15 minutes between rounds. I now invite the tellers to choose the color of the ballots that will be used and invite the secretary to distribute these ballots to the member states and participating states eligible to vote. The secretary will then call on the delegates in alphabetical order to deposit their ballot in the transparent ballot box that is on top of the teller's table. Just a reminder that you only get one. Does every member state, participating state, voting member have a ballot? Anyone not have a ballot? Okay, once you fill in the name of your preferred candidate, please fold your ballot in half. And then when you bring it up, as the secretary will announce you in alphabetical, I think it's in alphabetical English order, secretary. Then you can come up and deposit your ballot. Okay, Madam Secretary. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, the Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
So as all delegates have seen, there's a photographic record of you providing your ballot, and at the end of the day, we'll be able to distribute those photos to all those who are interested. Okay, I think everybody has voted. And tellers, will you please take and tabulate the ballots? Dr. Tedros, I know you weren't in the room in Geneva, but you have to say that this is a much quicker and faster exercise than was the case in Geneva. But you weren't in the room at the time, so I appreciate that. If I could ask delegates to sit down, please. So I'm going to recognize Mexico in a second on, I guess, what we'd call in a parliamentary sense a point of order. I will, and since I know something about the issue has been described to me, I will remind all delegations that we have a similar procedure that existed at the WHA in Geneva just a few months ago, as far as how the ballots are counted. And in fact, it's been the same in previous PAHO elections as well. But that being said, I recognize the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. De hecho, en la Asamblea Mundial de la Salud en Ginebra se entendía que el procedimiento fuera más tortuoso porque fuera un número sustancialmente mayor de votos. En este caso son 38 votos y consideramos que lo más conveniente para asegurar la transparencia del proceso es que se dé lectura en tiempo real, uno por uno a los votos. Lo ideal hubiera sido tan pronto salen de la urna, en la mesa central, en presencia de todos. Externamos nuestra inquietud de que los votos están siendo organizados, incluso puestos por debajo de la visibilidad del público en el horizonte de la mesa, y dado que los votos pueden ser cancelados en caso de que exista alguna anotación sobre la boleta, nos parece preocupante y creemos que esto vulnera la confiabilidad del proceso. No tenemos prejuicio al respecto, pero sí solicitamos que se rectifique el procedimiento de conteo y que se haga a la vista pública y en tiempo real, voto por voto.
Thank you, Mexico. Legal counsel may offer additional comments. But I think we've all had a description of the rules of procedure and how this works. I also think that the interests of transparency, in fact, are being met through the very open process that we had for people casting their ballots and for the visibility of the tellers counting the ballots, for the oversight of the Secretariat, and particularly the neutral Secretariat, let me emphasize, and in particular, the legal counsel overseeing the counting of the ballots by the tellers. The tellers were recounting the ballots, I think once or twice, if not even 3 times, to ensure that the count was right. And they will be advising legal counsel and myself in turn if there are any inconsistencies with the ballots, any spoiled ballots, any aspects like that that can be reflected back to member states. And I think on that basis, I think we should be confident of the transparency of the process and the honesty of the process. The risk of counting up each ballot that's pulled out is that people try to calculate which was the member state that cast that ballot. And I don't think it's the appropriate and that we should be into that kind of guessing game. I think after the fact, if there are any concerns about the procedures, and during a break, depending on the outcome of this ballot, I'm sure that discussions can take place between the Secretariat and any member state regarding the process. Legal counsel, any additional words?
Hello? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, to clarify specifically, Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure specify that tellers shall be designated by the President to tally the vote. So it is up to the tellers they're the ones that are entrusted with, under the rules, with the responsibility of counting the votes. In this particular case, we were careful to designate tellers from member states, from associate members that do not vote. We are carefully overseeing the count. The reason why we held it back a little bit, I will be perfectly honest with you, because we felt that from the head table, there might be others looking upon the counting, and also because the light is in our face. The light from the projection is in our face, so we couldn't really see it that well. so they pushed it to the side. The transparency is guaranteed by member states. We can move the table over here if you wish. Again, but that then we were trying to maintain the responsibility of the tellers as clearly as possible. Moving the table is not a problem if that makes everybody happier. But other than that, like I said, the transparency is guaranteed by the fact that there are 2 tellers designated specifically for that. I myself, I'm also overseeing the process. Any question that you may have, once we count the votes, all of the information is going to be read out. We would be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, legal counsel. I'm hopeful that we do not need to engage in a lengthy discussion on this matter. Are there any other questions? I recognize Chile, but I also want to emphasize that I would hope that we're able to address this matter in expeditious way. Chile, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Queríamos secundar la solicitud de México. Entendemos que nadie duda de la corrección del procedimiento, sin embargo, nos parece que para dar más garantías a todos los presentes y no levantar posteriores dudas, es mejor definir, como ustedes recientemente han mencionado, de mover la mesa para que esté en el centro y a la vista de todas las delegaciones. Gracias.
Okay, table's going to get moved. No, not everywhere. Colleagues. So we have the tellers directly in front of the dais, directly in front of me, overseen by legal counsel. They can one more time calculate the ballots and then provide the results. Are member states satisfied with this arrangement? Thank you. Okay.
United States and Brazil. United States and Brazil.
Okay. I recognize the United States followed by Brazil, but I really want to emphasize that we should not be spending a very long time trying to solve what should be a relatively straightforward process. Thank you. United States, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is just a comment, just recognizing that to sort of resolve this issue, that multiple people suddenly were involved and around the space of the tellers. And so I just wanted to clarify with Madam Presenter or the person overseeing this process that you're assured of who was involved in moving the table and the votes and making sure that everyone is comfortable with what just transpired.
No, it's fine. Thank you, United States. I think we are all witnessing and watching the movement of the table. And that there were extra ballots that were removed from the table. You showed them, legal counsel. You want to just display those? Yeah. 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 38 ballots were distributed. There were 37 ballots were distributed. We had 40 and there are 3 blank ones. So these are the 3 blank ones that have been removed. So we have 37 on the table.
It was simply a process question, honestly, and I wanted everyone to be clear and comfortable. That was just my request.
No, they're here.
Yeah, here.
Oh, Brazil has his flag up.
Brazil, please.
Obrigado, senhor presidente. O Brasil gostaria de registrar que tem uma visão da mesa exatamente igual à que tinha antes, ou seja, nenhuma visão da mesa de contagem. Nesse sentido, vemos que outras delegações que possuem candidatos nesse certame, que essas outras delegações agora têm uma posição privilegiada de visualização da mesa de contagem. O mais correto a fazer nesse momento seria que todos os países que têm candidatos tenham a mesma posição de visualização da mesa de contagem. Muito obrigado.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
If I could have the attention of the room, please. I would just like to ask all delegations, and in particular, every delegation, particularly those who are obviously have candidates. Are any of you indicating non-confidence in the process of voting? Is that your indication?
Hello. No se trata de no confianza. Se trata de que los procesos electorales tienen que tener las garantías de transparencia para la tranquilidad de los países que están en la contienda. En ese sentido, el hecho de que sea visible, completamente visible, es un primer avance y se felicita a la mesa el traslado a la ubicación donde está. Silencio, por favor. Silencio, por favor. En ese sentido, la propuesta también de Brasil de que haya un representante por cada uno de los países que están en la contienda, acompañando a la mesa electoral, lo que hace es aumentar las garantías del acto que estamos celebrando.
parece una idea acompañar. Gracias.
So we need to balance two equally important considerations. One is the transparency of the process. And the second is the integrity of the process, including what a secret ballot means, which means that each member state is able to provide or to offer or to indicate their preference in a secret way so that nobody else knows who else voted what. I think that's exactly how the process works and needs to work. So if member states prefer, we can project a video onto the tellers so that everybody, no matter where they're sitting, can see the front of the room the same way someone at the front of the room can see. Okay.
The integrity is on the question.
So we're at the moment where the tellers are reconsidering whether or not they wish to continue to participate in this process. Is this what the room would like to see happen, or can we come to some kind of agreement on how to proceed here? Let us be clear that the process for the voting has been known well before today by every member delegation. The rules of procedure, which were read again this morning, were available to everyone well before today. We all knew how the process was going to work. The tellers were operating, the Secretariat was operating, I am operating on the basis of that certain knowledge of the process and how it was going to work. No member state before 15 minutes ago indicated any concern with that process, any concern with that process. Of course, being an open democratic forum, any concern that can be raised, as has been raised this morning, is totally legitimate to raise, but I would remind the room that we've had these rules of procedure in place for a long time. We've had a process clear for a long time, and not a single member state indicated any concern with that process. Plus, I have not seen, tell me if I'm wrong, but I have not seen in the counting of the votes that took place over here to my left, any indication, and I don't know, I haven't heard from any delegation that there was any indication of impropriety in the counting of the ballots, of a procedure that was not clearly legitimate in its mechanism. So again, I ask the room, is anyone indicating that they do not believe that the integrity of the process, the integrity of the tellers in conducting and volunteering to do this role is somehow been compromised? Because in the absence of that suggestion, I would suggest that we would like to proceed with the counting and our ability to announce the outcome. And then if there is going to be another vote, which may well be the case, then during the recess, we can consider further ways that we can ensure that all delegates are comfortable with how we are proceeding. Are we able to proceed with the finalization of the counting on that basis? Unless there's an urgent need for commentary, I would like to just proceed on that basis. That being said, Haiti, you have something you need to say?
Haïti veut prendre la parole pour dire que nous avons entièrement confiance dans le processus et que nous pouvons avancer, et particulièrement et aussi dans les scrutateurs qui ont fait un travail excellent jusqu'à présent. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Madam Legal Counsel, can we finish the counting now, please? I'd like to now read out the results of the first ballot. Number of ballots cast, 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots, 0. Number of valid ballots, 37. A reminder that you need a majority of 20 to be elected. I will read out the numbers in the alphabetical order of the names of the candidates. For Dr. Camilo Aline, 10 votes. For Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., 9 votes. For Dr. Florence Dubervel Guillaume, 4 votes. For Dr. Nadine Flora Gassman Zilberman, 10 votes. And for Dr. Daniel Salinas, 4 votes. So clearly no candidate has received a majority. As a consequence, we will move to a second ballot after a 10-minute recess, allowing member states to carry out consultations. And as everyone knows, any candidate can voluntarily withdraw their name at any time. Otherwise, the 5 candidates will appear again on the second ballot. We'll reconvene at 15 minutes before the hour. Could I ask delegations to take their seats, please?
Yeah, I was gonna bring them down. Stay up here.
Hi. Says I invite the tellers to choose the color? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do? You bring lump them with a
I'm gonna
selection and
bring-
they choose one? We need a quorum, so please can delegates take their seats? Just waiting for all delegations to be present. Okay, I've been advised by the secretary, we're good to go. So according to Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the conference, because no candidate received the required majority of 20 votes in the first round, we are proceeding to this second unrestricted round of voting in the same fashion as the first round, not hopefully totally in the same fashion. I hope that we can all agree that we have a process here which is clearly respects both the transparency, integrity, and is consistent and clear with the rules of procedure, sorry. I've been told that no candidate has withdrawn, therefore there will be the same 5 candidates again for the second round. I would like to remind all delegations, and this is very important, please just write the person's name, not the country, just the person's name on the ballot. I'm now going to invite the tellers with the assistance of legal counsel to choose the color of the ballots that will be used for the second round. We selected green for the second color. And now the secretary will distribute 1 ballot to each member state who has voting privileges. We are missing Haiti. And who else? And Secretariat, check outside the room if our colleagues from Haiti are around? Apologies for the slight delay. Yes.
No.
I think AT is the only absentee so far.
No, they're not.
Here we go. Since our Haitian colleague is entering the room, please go ahead and start distributing the ballots. Again, a reminder, just the name of the candidate, and then please fold the ballot in half. And you'll bring it forward as called by the secretary. And your country name is called. Does every member with voting privileges have their ballot? Everybody has a ballot? Please proceed with indicating, oh, sorry, Madam Secretary. You take over.
To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would now like to invite the tellers under the supervision and assistance of legal counsel, the Secretary, to count the ballots. Tabulate the ballots, sorry. As we're waiting, and just as a reminder to all voting members, should the result of the second ballot not include a majority for any one candidate, only the top two candidates will proceed to the third ballot. If the second and third placed candidates are tied, then there will be 3 candidates for the third ballot. We will confirm this when we announce the result. We have the results of the second ballot. Number of ballots cast, 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots, 0. Therefore, the number of valid ballots, 37. Majority required for election, 20. In alphabetical order, the votes for Dr. Camilo Aline, 12. For Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., 13. For Dr. Florence Dubavel Guillaume, 1. And for Dr. Nadine Flora Gassman Zilberman, 11. And for Dr. Daniel Salinas, 0. So on this basis, we will move to a third ballot with Dr. Camilo Aline and Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. as the two candidates on that ballot. I'll take another 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 11:30.
Good morning. Muy buenos dias. Bom dia a todos outra vez. Me gustaría pedir su apoyo en que los delegados, por favor, tomen sus asientos para que podamos retomar la sesión. Espero que hayan gozado de un café, de un refrigerio. Se les invito a tomar asiento, por favor. Muchas gracias. Can I ask you to please take your seats? So we'll proceed with the quorum checking and we can reconvene and come back to the session. Thank you. Nos falta México en la sala. Por favor, si alguien nos ayuda con ubicar los colegas de México. It seems like we also miss Colombia. Is that possible? Can we get some help in? Parece que también nos hace falta Colombia. Sí. Puedo pedir ayuda para buscar a Colombia y a México. Perfecto. Tenemos a Colombia. Súper, gracias. No vemos a México en ninguna parte en el Blue Function. Yo veo a la señora embajadora en la sala, entonces la voy a invitar a que tome el acento de México, por favor. ¿Sí? Muchas gracias, señora embajadora.
Hello again, colleagues. And thank you. We're ready to proceed with the third ballot. But before we do, I just want to thank, and I think my colleagues around the room and the secretary would all agree, I want to thank all of the candidates. This was a long campaign. There was a lot of opportunity to discuss with the candidates their platforms. They had a major presentation they all made at the executive committee meeting in June. Luckily, it wasn't as long a campaign as some other ones we know that take place in the world, but this one was an intense one, competitive one. Every candidate was solid, strong, and I want to thank them all for their work. So according to Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure, because no candidate received the required majority in the second round, and as you know, the third round, we now proceed on a restricted basis with two candidates that obtained the largest number of votes in the second round. These two candidates are Dr. Camilo Aline from Panama and Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. from Brazil. I invite the tellers to choose the color of the ballots that will be used in the third round, assisted by the legal counsel. They pick blue, maybe they have sons, not pink. Okay, so I invite the secretary to distribute the ballots to member states, participating states with voting privileges. I'll come to Mexico in a second. Haiti, you.
On aimerait pouvoir avoir un autre bulletin parce que on a fait une rature. On aimerait pouvoir remplacer.
C'est bon. I thank Haiti for its transparency. Lo and behold, this ballot is in 25 pieces now. Merci beaucoup, Haiti. I recognize Mexico on a point of order.
Solo, señor presidente, solo respetuosamente quisiéramos pedir unos pocos minutos más de receso, atendiendo a su indicación original de que tendría cierta flexibilidad. Estamos terminando una conversación con otra delegación y considero que en unos pocos minutos más lograríamos resolver algo que es relevante para la votación. Mis respetos también para todos los delegados.
So we've had a request from Mexico. We had a break of approximately 35 minutes. I did give quite a bit of flexibility with respect to the timing. As we said at the beginning, it was 10 minutes. I'd give a bit of time. I'm in the hands of the room, though. I think Mexico would be important to have consensus of the group to allow for more time. We did have 35 minutes. Is there consensus to take more time, or should we proceed now? Does somebody want to go on record here? I need an indication that United States, please.
Okay, make us the bad guys. Well, I think our concern, it's just yet another process issue. We already have ballots in hand that we've completed. And so I worry about the way we're able to accomplish this at once we've all voted. Had the ballots not been distributed, I'd be less concerned, but they've been distributed and been completed.
Thank you, US. Can I take it we don't have consensus that we stop the process, that we continue with the ballot at this time? My apologies, Mexico, but we did have a long time. I'm sorry, Panama wishes to speak?
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Panamá, como uno de los candidatos, no hemos ningún inconveniente. Y si es necesario y los hermanos de México están pidiendo más tiempo, no tenemos ningún inconveniente con cedérselo.
Colleagues. So I did say that we had taken a break 10 to 15 minutes. It went to more than half an hour. We called everybody back. It actually took a few minutes for all to come back. We then indicated which ballot. The tellers decided to color ballots. The ballots were distributed. Every delegation has the ballot, and during that entire time, Mexico, you were not in the room. Even though you knew that you'd been called back. So I'm a little bit reluctant to, notwithstanding the comment of Panama, to allow yet more time, because we basically would have to have all the ballots returned to the Secretariat. And we'd probably have to choose a different color and start the whole process over again. And more time could be a lot more time. So I'm a little bit concerned about taking more time. So Mexico, are you prepared to allow us to proceed now?
Yes, thank you very much for considering, you, President, and all the Assembly. I believe that it's reasonable to continue the process, so I withdraw my proposal for my request of additional time.
Many thanks, Mexico, very much. Muchas gracias. Really appreciate your flexibility. So we'll now proceed, Madam Secretary, with the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Granada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
Everyone's had a chance to vote. And I appreciate the flourishing gestures that were included in that vote. Okay, I think we can now proceed under supervision of the legal counsel. The tellers will now tabulate the votes. Now the results of the third ballot. Number of ballots cast 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots 1. Therefore, the number of valid ballots 36. As per our rules of procedure, the majority required for election is 20. Votes in favor of Dr. Camilo Aline, 17. Votes in favor of Dr. Yarbos Barbosa da Silva Jr., 19. Therefore, we need to proceed to a fourth ballot. Heaven forbid a fifth ballot, but maybe. So I'll give delegations some flexibility, but we would like to reconvene no later than 12:30. Sharp, please.
Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. Já é tarde. Já começamos a tarde. We have started our afternoon. Can I kindly ask you, delegates, to take your seats so we can confirm quorum and continue with our morning meeting. Thank you all very much for enduring. Hope you're all with us still. We'll just confirm quorum and get started. Thank you.
My heart would swim in water. My heart would swim in water.
We meet again, as they say. So we're just waiting to make sure all delegations are in their seats so we can proceed with the fourth ballot. Next goes here. All right, I think we are ready to proceed. So we'll have this ballot in the same modalities as the last one. Since under rules of procedure number 56, since neither of our two candidates, Dr. Camilo Aline from Panama and Dr. Barbosa, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa da Silva Jr. from Brazil did not receive either a majority, we will try again. And we'll proceed with the fourth round, same two candidates. Invite the tellers to choose the color for the ballots. Orange is the color. Orange, in my experience, is a lucky color, so maybe we'll have an outcome. It's just a reminder again, please only write the name of the candidate, not the country. All the ballots have been distributed. So, Madam Secretary, I think we're ready to call out the countries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, France, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Uruguay.
All right, we'll now proceed with the tellers supported by the legal counsel to tabulate the votes. I feel like a judge getting the jury handing me the outcome, except as the judge, I'm going to read it out. So number of ballots cast, 37. Number of blank or invalid ballots, 0. Therefore, the number of valid ballots, 37. Majority, as you all know, is 20. Votes in favor of Dr. Camilo Aline, 16. Votes in favor of Dr. Yarbas Barbosa Silva Jr., 21. So
Okay, that. Thank you. Oh, okay.
yeah. I'm going to use the executive privilege of the president to say that there is a consensus in favor of Dr. Yarbas. I want to thank the tellers for their perseverance and efforts through this long morning, and also the legal counsel, the secretary, for supporting. So please, a round of applause for our tellers and legal counsel. They are not averse to getting a free drink from you if you wish to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to invite the Minister of Health of Brazil to escort our good colleague, Dr. Yarbas, to bring him down into, if he's not already here, to bring him into the plenary room. Sounds like he's getting closer.
Yeah. We don't have a sick one.
Yeah, this is gonna be like, I can't speak right now.
Good to see you. Elect, Mr. Director-elect, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I was telling them that I was in the room where the candidates need to be, and the stream was frozen. Seriously, and I started receiving people saying, congrats, felicitaciones, and I said, okay, but they are telling this before the results be announced, so I think that's not proper. But first, I want also to say that thank you, all the countries in the region. First, I want to thank all the countries that presented candidates. I want to thank Panama, I want to thank Haiti, I want to thank Mexico, I want to thank Colombia at the beginning. I forgot someone. And Uruguay, my dear friend Daniel Salino. I think that this is a clear demonstration about how the countries love this organization, respect this organization, have interest to strengthen this organization. For the first time in our history, we had 5 candidates, 6 candidates at the beginning, 5 candidates, and this is a clear demonstration of the high interest that the countries have to strengthen this organization. So I'm very, very proud and very happy. I'm a public health worker. I want to thank not only the countries that supported me, that voted for me, but all the countries in this region. We work together with you. It's not easy to follow Dr. Etienne's leadership, but I do believe that with the same commitment that we have to strengthen health, to strengthen the quality of life in our region, we work together. Let me switch to Spanish a little bit. Estoy muy orgulloso, né, como salubrista. Eu creio que para qualquer salubrista de nossa região, ocupar a posição de diretor de uma organização que tem 120 anos y que tiene tanto respeto de los países, es un honor muy elevado. Mi compromiso es de seguir con los mismos valores que esa organización tiene, la solidaridad, la búsqueda de tener todos los países trabajando de manera coordinada para que se pueda mejorar la calidad de vida y la salud en nuestra región. Gostaria de agradecer também a mi país, né, por el apoio em la persona del ministro de Salud, Marcelo Queiroga, que está aqui, e del embajador Otávio Brandelli. Gostaria de agradecer por el apoio que recebi. Gostaria de agradecer também a tantas pessoas que me enviaram de diversos países da região, felicitações, apoio, que me perguntavam como podia apoiar, e eram todos salubristas, porque eu compreendi, e eles também compreenderam, que o que está, em verdade, nesse momento, é uma situação de muito desafio para cada um dos países, é um desafio também para a organização, para que se puedan, nos próximos 5 anos, implementar todas as lições que aprendemos durante a pandemia, fortalecer cada país, tomar em conta os interesses, as prioridades específicas de los países e de cada região. Pero estou seguro que com o apoio de todos vocês, vamos a trabalhar de maneira muito bem coordenada para lograr isso. Muitíssimas graças de novo e viva a Organização Pan-Americana de la Salud.
Mr. Director-elect, after a very long voting process, you're already off on the right foot by giving a very short speech. So congratulations to you.
Not
Right.
like the former bank.
Not at all. I'd like to ask the rapporteur to read out a proposed resolution. The proposed resolution contained in document CSP 30/4 that formalizes the decision of the conference. Madame Rapporteur.
Sí, señor presidente. Proyecto de resolución. Elección del director de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana y nombramiento del director regional de la Organización Mundial de la Salud para las Américas. La 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana, párrafo preambular 1, teniendo presentes el párrafo E del artículo 4 y el párrafo A del artículo 21 de la Constitución de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, que estipulan que la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana tendrá un director elegido en la conferencia por el voto de la mayoría de los miembros de la organización. Párrafo preambular 2. Teniendo en cuenta el artículo 4 del acuerdo suscrito entre la Organización Mundial de la Salud y la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, y el artículo 52 de la Constitución de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, que establece el procedimiento para el nombramiento de los directores regionales de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, párrafo preambular 3, satisfecha de que la elección del director de la oficina se ha realizado de conformidad con los procedimientos establecidos, resuelve. Párrafo operacional 1. Declarar a Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., elegido director de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana por un periodo de 5 años que comenzará el 1 de febrero del 2023 y concluirá el 31 de enero del 2028. Párrafo operacional 2. Someter al Consejo Ejecutivo de la Organización Mundial de la Salud el nombre de Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., para su nombramiento como director regional de la Organización Mundial de la Salud para las Américas durante el mismo periodo. Es todo, señor presidente.
Thank you, Madame Rapporteur. My notes ask me to suggest now to see if there's any objections I'll follow a process that a colleague of mine once followed when he was the head of an organization. His approach was all in favor, and various people would put up their hand. All opposed? Carried. Okay. Congratulations. The resolution is adopted. I'd now like to provide an opportunity for any delegation that would like to offer a few remarks at this time to put up your placard and do so. And just to note that colleagues from Brazil, for other reasons, I will turn to you as the last speaker. So I recognize Panama, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, estimados colegas, representantes de las diferentes naciones. Hoy, en nombre del presidente de la República de Panamá, Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, y del gobierno nacional de nuestro país, queremos felicitar a la OPS por el ejercicio democrático en las elecciones de la organización más grande de la salud de las Américas, la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana y Oficina Regional para las Américas de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Panamá, como un país fundador de la OPS, agradece el respaldo recibido a todos los países miembros a nuestra propuesta. Pero también queremos, por supuesto, felicitar al doctor Jarbas Barbosa, el nuevo cargo como director electo. Panamá ratifica su compromiso de no dejar a nadie atrás y continuar trabajando hombro a hombro con la OPS para llevar acceso equitativo a la salud de nuestros pueblos. Les deseamos éxitos en su gestión, doctor Barbosa. Cuente con Panamá para trabajar con ustedes hombro a hombro. Estamos para lo que se nos necesite. Dios lo bendiga y muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias, Panama. Very kind words. I recognize Mexico, followed by Guyana.
Gracias, señor presidente, miembros de la Asamblea. En nombre del Gobierno de México y del presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, quien postuló a una candidata, la doctora Nadine Gassman, queremos expresar nuestro beneplácito porque la organización se conduzca con procesos sólidos, serios, democráticos y abiertos en la elección de su liderazgo. Celebramos la renovación de este liderazgo al tiempo que no dejamos de reconocer los buenos oficios de la doctora Carissa Etienne durante su proceso de directora de la organización. En nuestra propuesta, con la candidata Gassman, formulamos una serie de elementos que se pueden resumir en 3 pilares: el deseo de trabajar juntos por establecer una capacidad de autosuficiencia sanitaria, no solamente en respuesta a las emergencias de salud como COVID-19, sino también para sostener el progreso de la agenda de salud pública que enfrenta graves rezagos y que se han abierto aún más las brechas de desigualdad social y de desigualdad en salud. En segundo lugar, el avanzar en agendas específicas entre las que se involucran las graves amenazas a la salud de la región, como las enfermedades crónicas no transmisibles, la salud mental y la desigualdad de géneros en la región, que también es un grave obstáculo al progreso. Por último, nuestra aspiración a tener una reflexión crítica como Estados miembros, autocrítica de toda la organización, para buscar nuevos caminos 120 años después de la fundación hacia una organización aún más dinámica, más abierta, que sea muy incluyente y que reconozca la pluralidad no solamente de los Estados miembros, sino de las subregiones en particular, que pudieran no tener una participación tan presente en el centro de las decisiones fundamentales. Cierro mi comentario felicitando amplia y sentidamente al doctor Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., quien estamos seguros es un salubrista de primer nivel con una sólida trayectoria que lo ha demostrado a lo largo de su trabajo en esta organización, en los múltiples puestos que afortunadamente ha cubierto, y estamos seguros que en él encontraremos al líder que la región necesita para este tipo de proceso de transformación. Cuenta con el respaldo decidido del Gobierno de México, de su comunidad de salud pública, y estaremos muy atentos para poder ofrecer toda clase de ayuda que esté en nuestras manos para lograr éxito en su misión, en bien de la organización, en bien de la región. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Mexico. Again, very kind words, really appreciated. So Guyana, followed by United States of America.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to congratulate PAHO, first of all, on a very fair and transparent process. And allow me also to add my congratulations to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on his election as the director of the Pan American Health Organization. We have worked in the past and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Guyana. United States of America, followed by Suriname.
Thank you, sir. I shall be brief as well. Just to say that the U.S. would like to congratulate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on your election as the next director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. And we look forward to working with you at this critical time as the region builds back better from COVID-19, but also as the region moves farther to strengthen its health systems and advance health equity. It's critical that the director continues to maintain the organization's technical excellence and continues to build consensus across the region, given the diversity of knowledge and perspectives. And so we value the incredible role that PAHO and its next director will play, following in the footsteps of Dr. Etienne, to continue to lift up the institution and its role, not only in the region, but in the world. And so finally, we know that it's important to look internally just as much as externally and seek your commitment to also continuing the sound management of the Pan American Health Organization, including advancing transparency and ongoing reform. So with that, we appreciate the opportunity to work with you and your team in the future and look forward to our ongoing collaboration to advance health for the Americas. Congratulations again.
Thank you, US. Suriname, followed by Canada.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored and pleased for this opportunity to extend our heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the Ministry of Health, the government, and the people of the Republic of Suriname to Dr. Javier Barbosa da Silva Jr., who is selected to serve as the Regional Director of the Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization's Regional Office for the Americas. 10 years ago, as the elected director acceptance speech, Dr. Etienne stated her vision for the region as societies free of inequality, where people have access to healthy social determinants and environments that allow them to live long, dignified, healthy, and productive lives. This includes access to universal health services without fear of being impoverished. As you all agree, she has continued to champion the universal health coverage and universal access, as well as reducing inequities and health disparities in the region. I'm very pleased to state that Suriname is one of the countries which has been under her close watch and observation to ensure this vision is fully realized. I wish to recognize that assuming the role of the PAHO WHO Regional Director position is a very complex duty and responsibility, particularly in the current regional political, economic, and social environment. But we are confident that with the courage, conviction, and the support of all member countries and the Secretariat and other stakeholders, Dr. Barbosa will also make us all proud and will serve the member states and achieve all the goals and visions as presented by him during his term of office. We wish you a very successful and productive terms of office, Dr. Barbosa, and we shall give you the ultimate support. God bless you, and I pray the Lord to give you more wisdom and vision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Suriname, Canada, followed by Haiti.
Canada extends its congratulations, its warmest congratulations to the new director of PAHO, Dr. Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. We value our relationship with the organization and our continued collaboration to address public health issues of common concern and taking an equity-centered approach across the region of the Americas. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with PAHO and to providing support to the new director. Félicitations, Dr. Barbosa, et le Canada est là pour vous appuyer dans les années à venir. Merci.
Thank you, Canada. Haiti, followed by Jamaica.
Monsieur le Président, chers représentants des différentes délégations des pays membres, je remercie et félicite le Président et les membres du Bureau d'avoir dirigé le processus de désignation d'un nouveau directeur de l'Organisation panaméricaine de la santé en toute transparence. La délégation haïtienne, par mon organe, tient d'abord à remercier la directrice sortante pour sa performance à la tête de l'OPS-OMS durant ses 2 mandats successifs, égales à elle-même, tant dans les moments de calme relatif que dans les moments difficiles. Elle a engrangé avec satisfaction certaines réussites, avec courage et dévouement et avec une attention soutenue. Elle a accompagné l'organisation dans les moments de rudes épreuves, comme par exemple la pandémie meurtrière de COVID-19. Elle est restée fidèle à sa vision pour les Amériques, celle d'une société exempte d'inégalités où chacun, en particulier les personnes les plus vulnérables et les plus défavorisées, peut mener une vie saine, significative et productive. Nous n'oublierons pas ces visites dans notre pays. Chers représentants des différentes délégations ici présentes, la première convention sanitaire internationale générale des républiques a été signée à Washington le 2 décembre 1902, date considérée d'ailleurs comme celle de la création de l'OPS. L'organisation deviendra en 1923 le Bureau sanitaire panaméricain et le premier accord interaméricain au sujet de la santé. Le Code sanitaire panaméricain a été signé le 14 novembre 1924. Admise au sein de l'organisation le 25 juin 1926, Haïti figure donc parmi ses plus anciens membres. Et en dépit de son rôle dans l'histoire du continent, depuis son émergence en tant que nation à part entière le 1er janvier 1804, c'est la première fois qu'elle a présenté une candidate à ce poste de directeur, la docteure Florence Duperval-Guillaume, compétente que nous remercions. Je veux remercier sincèrement tous les pays qui ont soutenu la candidature haïtienne en dépit de la période difficile que traverse notre pays. Je veux remercier également tous les autres pays qui ont présenté ou soutenu les autres candidats. Nous sommes toutes et tous mus par l'unique et ardent désir de porter les différents peuples de l'Amérique au niveau de santé le plus élevé possible. Je ne doute point qu'avec, certes, notre plein soutien, le directeur élu, le Dr. Yarbas Barbosa, saura porter notre organisation vers les plus hautes cimes. D'ores et déjà, monsieur le directeur élu, vous pouvez compter sur le support d'Haïti, qui est l'un des berceaux du panaméricanisme. À présent, il ne me reste plus qu'à souhaiter du succès au Dr. Yarbas et Excelsior à notre fière et chère organisation. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Haïti, pour vos commentaires. C'est vraiment gentil. Okay, Jamaica, followed by Dominica.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, Jamaica would like to take this opportunity to express our deepest congratulations to Dr. Jabas Barbosa de Silva Jr. on his election to this high office. But before I comment on this elevation, I want to also, on behalf of the people of Jamaica, thank wholeheartedly our outgoing head of PAHO, Dr. Carissa Etienne, a Caribbean national who we are very proud of, who did a sterling job in representing the people of the Americas over the past 10 years. Thank you, Dr. Etienne. Jamaica stands ready to give full support to Dr. Barbosa de Silva. We appreciate the need for strong leadership at the regional level of the Americas, coming on the heels of the COVID-19 pandemic with so many other health threats that currently exist. We appreciate that the transition, given his experience at the highest level of PAHO, will be quick, and we would like to encourage that. And we would like to also place on record the support over the years that PAHO has given to the people of the Americas, but forgive me for saying the small island developing states, certainly within the Caribbean region, where because of size, we oftentimes lack the capacity to respond as adequately as we would like to in areas as part of our response to public health threats. And therefore, our reliance on PAHO remains very deep, and our support for PAHO remains strong. And so we congratulate you, sir. We look forward to working with you, and we believe, given your experience, there will be continuity, and PAHO will grow from strength to strength on behalf of the people of the Americas. Congrats.
Thank you, Jamaica. So we now have Dominica, followed by Argentina.
Mr. President, on behalf of the people of Dominica and the Commonwealth of Dominica, we'd like to congratulate Dr. Jabas Barbosa da Silva Jr. as our next Director of PAHO. We recognize the critical stage of health in the region in light of new and emerging challenges, to include those posed by climate change. From our past interactions in Dominica earlier this year and throughout the pandemic, we have no doubt that Dr. Barbosa will rise to the occasion. You have the full support of the people and Commonwealth of Dominica. But let me also take the opportunity to express our deepest thanks to our outgoing director, a woman of the soil, Dr. Carissa Etienne. And we wish you well wherever the next chapter of your life takes you. Of course, we hope it's back to Dominica, where we can continue to tap into your wealth of expertise. However, even if the journey doesn't lead you back to the home front, we pray that happiness follows you wherever you may pursue your next endeavors. Thank you so much, Dr. Etienne.
Thank you, Dominica. Just let you in on a secret. We're trying to get her to come to Canada, actually. So Argentina, followed by Guatemala.
Gracias, señor presidente. Voy a tomar yo la palabra para celebrar la elección, celebrar el interés de los países por participar, el compromiso de los candidatos y las candidatas, el espíritu democrático, el interés del doctor Barbosa de seguir su carrera y aportando a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, agradecerle esa vocación. Decir que hay mucho por hacer, lo fueron diciendo los delegados y las delegadas, seguir reduciendo brechas, seguir ampliando derechos en nuestra región con foco en las minorías, en los colectivos de la diversidad, con mucha participación de mujeres y de diversidades en los puestos de decisión. Es que nos gustaría seguir avanzando, y sepa, doctor Barbosa, que cuenta con el equipo de Argentina, que cuenta con el gobierno de Argentina para avanzar en todo esto que queda por hacer. Muchísimas gracias, y así seguiremos trabajando para, como decía la doctora Etienne, a quien queremos agradecerle estos 10 años de entrega, de vocación y que incluyeron los 2 años más difíciles de nuestra historia sanitaria, su esfuerzo, su dedicación, su compromiso y su acompañamiento para seguir siendo la mejor región. Gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. So we have Guatemala, followed by San Lucia.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente. Primero, en nombre del Gobierno de la República de Guatemala, agradecerle a la doctora Carissa Tien su entrega, su esfuerzo, su lucha por sostener esta organización a lo largo de estos años tan complicados y difíciles. Es usted un ejemplo de liderazgo, doctora, y se refleja en los buenos resultados de esta asamblea. Luego, al doctor Yarbas Barbosa también una felicitación por parte de nuestro señor presidente y agradecer sobre todo la celebración de este ejercicio democrático con la certeza de que empieza un nuevo ciclo que puede fortalecer nuestros procesos a futuro. Enfrentamos una pandemia, a lo mejor con dificultades, con deficiencias, pero lo hicimos con entrega y corazón, que al final creo habla muy bien de las organizaciones cuando el sentido de humanidad aplica al servicio de los más necesitados. Y por lo tanto, doctor, cuente con nosotros, estamos todos como un equipo de trabajo a través de la organización para servirle a nuestras naciones. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Guatemala. San Lucia, followed by Colombia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. St. Lucia joins the rest of the member countries in congratulating Dr. Jarbas Barbosa de Silva on being elected to the post of Director of the Pan American Health Organization. We congratulate you. We congratulate you, Dr. de Silva. Dr. Carissa Etienne's stewardship was characterized by a sense of belonging and also a sense of closeness. Therefore, we are a bit spoiled. We look forward to the continued engagement with us to tackle the critical problems, both historic and emerging. We look forward to our work with you in the fine traditions of PAHO, where the size of our country does not matter, and that we are treated with equal fervor in our work. Congratulations to you, and St. Lucia looks forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, San Lucia. Colombia, then Chile.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Un saludo a todas las delegaciones en nombre del Gobierno de Colombia, en cabeza del doctor Gustavo Petro. En primer lugar, reconocer la majestuosidad, la importancia de este evento que consolida el espíritu de construcción democrática en la lucha por la salud en la región. En segundo lugar, hacer un reconocimiento a la doctora Carissa, porque no solo le ha tocado uno de los momentos más difíciles en la historia y ha conducido a la región por un camino que tenemos que reconocer, sino porque es una prueba viva de lo que significa la lucha de las mujeres por la equidad y la participación y también por la diversidad de nuestra región. Indudablemente felicitar al doctor Jarbas por su elección. Cuente con el Gobierno de Colombia para avanzar en una agenda que ya se han mencionado varios puntos, pero que finalmente quisiera resaltar en relación con hacer posible la garantía del derecho fundamental a la salud para todos y todas en las Américas. En segundo lugar, que la adaptación y la mitigación al cambio climático tome más relevancia, porque hoy en día la justicia climática, la justicia social y la justicia económica están interrelacionadas y el sector salud juega un papel definitivo en contribuir a superar las desigualdades. Bueno, pues entonces mucha suerte, doctor Yarbas, y cuente con el gobierno de Colombia.
Gracias, Colombia. Chile, and then Antigua and Barbuda.
Gracias, señor presidente. Chile desea sumarse a los estados que nos antecedieron, reconociendo la gestión de la doctora Clarisa Tien y saludando la elección del doctor Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr., y entregar su compromiso para trabajar juntos en los tremendos desafíos de salud que enfrenta la región y nuestro país. Esta elección corona un compromiso de vida del doctor Barbosa con la salud pública, cuestión especialmente significativa para Chile en vistas al desafío de mejorar y reformar nuestro sistema de salud hacia el compromiso de un acceso universal. Semejantes desafíos nos encuentran a toda la membresía en un contexto difícil como la recuperación de la pandemia del COVID-19, marco en el que debemos ser capaces de avanzar en una autonomía regional para la producción de insumos médicos y hacer realidad el objetivo de una salud universal. Meta que con el liderazgo y experiencia del doctor Barbosa tenemos la tranquilidad que podremos lograr en forma colaborativa. Tal como señaló en su discurso el director electo, que la muestra de interés y valoración de la Organización Panamericana de Salud que se ha mostrado en esta elección sean también expresión de un multilateralismo vivo y al servicio de los pueblos, tanto en esta organización como en las otras instituciones regionales. Cuente con el respaldo de Chile, doctor Barbosa. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Chile. Antigua and Barbuda, followed by Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. The government of Antigua and Barbuda congratulates Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on being elected to the position of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. We look forward to working with you, Dr. Barbosa, as you steer this organization over the next 5 years. Under the leadership of Dr. Clarisa Etienne, Antigua and Barbuda has been well served by PAHO, especially in the last 2 years as we battled COVID-19. We express our deep appreciation for your hard work during this period. We are certain that we will continue under your leadership, Dr. Barbosa, to be successful in facing the challenges and with the continued support from PAHO. We look forward to the next 5 years with optimism, knowing that there is an unfinished agenda and more work to be done. Please be assured, Dr. Barbosa, that Antigua and Barbuda will continue to strengthen its relationship and work with you and the organization during your tenure. Congratulations once again from the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda, and best wishes for a successful term. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Uruguay, followed by Paraguay.
We'd like to express very important congratulations to Jarbas. We know him and we know that he's an old expert of this house, and a guarantee for all of us. Me gustaría de fazer isto na tua língua, querido amigo, para todos nós é uma felicitação importante. Para Otávio também, hein? Otávio a trabalhado muito. Et ça, c'est vraiment incroyable pour tous nous quand on peut avoir un moment comme ça, un moment dont tous nous sommes dans une fusión. C'est cela que tu as conquis. Entonces, esto que has conquistado para nosotros es importante porque detrás de ti vamos a estar todos tratando de mejorar el derecho a la salud en la región. Algo que sé que te importa, que sé que nos importa y que nos importa a todos. Así que Uruguay va a estar a las órdenes, al servicio y la mejor de las suertes.
Gracias. Thank you, Uruguay. Paraguay, followed by, sorry, my list is getting messier. Ecuador.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. El Paraguay extiende sus más sinceras felicitaciones al doctor Jarbas Barbosa por haber sido electo para ocupar el cargo de director de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana. Sabemos que en los próximos 5 años tendrá desafíos importantes, por lo que consideramos que la equidad y la solidaridad deben ser las piedras angulares que guíen su gestión. Paraguay reitera su apoyo a la gestión a ser iniciada y confía en la experiencia del doctor Jarbas para lograr un efectivo fortalecimiento de la región de las Américas. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Who do we have? I think it's Ecuador now, followed by Puerto Rico.
Muy buenas tardes, señor presidente. Quiero empezar felicitando al doctor Jarbas Barbosa da Silva por esta nominación a todas luces. Es una nominación de todos los países que recae en una persona que tiene la capacidad técnica y la forma humana para hacerlo, ¿no? Agradezco también haber trabajado y haber sido colega del doctor Jarbas Barbosa en el pasado y puedo dar fe de ello. Creo que para iniciar los siguientes 120 años de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud es la mejor persona que se pudo haber elegido en este momento. Y quiero también felicitar y agradecer a todos los otros países que candidatizaron a otras personas para el cargo por la forma tan democrática, abierta y transparente de haber participado en la elección. Confiamos como país, como Ministerio de Salud, en las capacidades, en la intensidad de su trabajo y especialmente confiamos en que será y seguirá siendo un momento para trabajar de manera conjunta entre los países. La OPS no es sino las capacidades y la experiencia que tiene cada país diferente y que pueden ser compartidas desde el espacio, desde ese secretariado para poder generar esas capacidades conjuntas para desarrollar la cooperación entre nuestros países. Felicito nuevamente y le deseo el mayor de los éxitos en esta gestión.
Gracias, señor presidente. Felicitamos efusivamente al doctor Jarbas Barbosa por su elección al frente de esta centenaria organización. Esto es un reconocimiento a su larga carrera en la salud pública en Brasil, su país, y en la OPS. Puerto Rico, como el primer miembro asociado de la OPS, que hoy cumple 30 años de su ingreso, le dice que puede contar con nosotros. Para la doctora Tien, nuestro agradecimiento y los mejores deseos de éxito en sus planes futuros. Muchas gracias y muchos éxitos a ambos.
Thank you, Puerto Rico. I know I hear stomachs are starting to growl here. So the following countries, I'll just read them out and you can just follow each other because I think that seems to work. Honduras, Venezuela, El Salvador, Bahamas, then I believe Spain, and then Brazil. I'll turn to you last. So Honduras. Oh, and Cuba as well. Sorry, Cuba after Bahamas. My apologies. Go ahead, Honduras.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En nombre de mi gobierno, el gobierno de Honduras, felicito calurosamente al doctor Barbosa da Silva por su nombramiento como el próximo director de la OPS. Le deseamos una gestión muy exitosa hacia el camino de la salud universal en toda nuestra región. Cuente con nuestro apoyo incondicional. Muchas felicidades. Gracias.
Venezuela.
Buenas tardes. Primero, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela quiere felicitar el proceso impecable que se ha dado en esta organización centenaria. Segundo, a todos los candidatos participantes que solo tienen la buena voluntad de mejorar la salud de toda la región. Tercero, al doctor Yarbas Barbosa por su elección, que estamos confiados que toda esta elección dada el día de hoy es solo un reconocimiento de una carrera que está dedicada al servicio. Muchos éxitos y bendiciones. Gracias.
El Salvador.
Gracias, presidente, a todas las delegaciones también por participar y por hacer este ejemplo democrático que lleva salud para todos. Primero que nada, felicitar a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud por estos 120 años, en los cuales han sido 120 años de salud para nuestra región, 120 años en los cuales pues hemos garantizado que muchas generaciones puedan tener la alegría de compartir, y qué reciente ejemplo el de la pandemia que nos ha permitido poderle ofrecer a la población de la región pues muchos más días junto a sus queridos familiares. Segundo que nada, mencionar el agradecimiento a todo el personal técnico, el personal que ha hecho posible que esto se lleve de manera ordenada, de manera democrática, en la cual todos los países están pues alegres y contentos de la nueva nominación, y en este caso la nueva dirección que es a través del doctor Barbosa. Segundo, importante mencionar, gracias al trabajo de la doctora Etienne, que ha permitido a todas las regiones pues estar mucho más seguros. Fue duro la pandemia de COVID-19, pero gracias a todo su esfuerzo se logró mucho, y esto ha permitido que todas las regiones en particular podamos tener alegría. Quiero, en nombre del gobierno de El Salvador, a través pues de toda la población, agradecer por todo su esfuerzo. En nombre del presidente Bukele, felicitar al doctor Yarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. por esta nuevo éxito y sobre todo por este nuevo reto que se enfrenta para toda nuestra región. Hemos batallado y hemos ganado múltiples situaciones de enfermedades, otras las estamos transcurriendo y creo que van a venir más. Y es importante exhortar a todos los países miembros a que continuemos trabajando por el bienestar de la salud y por el bienestar de la humanidad. Así que felicidades, gracias a todos, y que esta nueva reunión y que ahora en adelante inicia, y este nuevo trabajo que ahora en adelante inicia, tengamos todos seguros la salud de nuestras regiones.
Bahamas, Cuba, and Spain.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the laser-focused leadership of Dr. Etienne skillfully navigated our region through troubled waters. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed us to vulnerabilities brought to many countries and stole precious lives. You, Dr. Etienne, steered our ship and brought us from treacherous waters into a safe harbor. The Bahamas joins with my Caribbean colleagues and member states in imploring you for your decisive action, courage, and personal touch. The people of the Bahamas personally witnessed your love and compassion in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, and we continue to benefit from PAHO's primary healthcare transformative agenda under your leadership that has launched the first phase of universal healthcare in our country. Mr. President, as we turn our attention to the complex challenges we currently face brought on by non-communicable diseases, climate change, and the need for full access to primary healthcare services, we must be mindful of the amalgamating powers of PAHO and what it brings to the table. Under PAHO's umbrella, we can certainly be stronger. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, the Bahamas reposes great confidence in the election of Dr. Barbosa. Sir, the Bahamas believe With you at the helm of PAHO, the region will continue not only to weather storms ahead, but silence their impact. As Minister of Health and Wellness in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I join the great chorus to congratulate you, Dr. Barbosa, on your appointment as the new director of PAHO and wish you well as we work together. Thank you.
I have, in order, apologies to our colleagues of Spain, Cuba, Trinidad, Tobago, Barbados, Bolivia, and then Spain. Cuba, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. El gobierno de Cuba se une a la felicitación al doctor Barbosa, doctor salubrista con prestigio en la región. Consideramos que desarrollará un exitoso trabajo en la dirección de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. Cuba continuará apoyando la cooperación, la investigación científica y el apoyo a todos los pueblos con poblaciones en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Allí estará la presencia de la medicina cubana. Reconocemos la gestión de la doctora Carixa. Se mantiene nuestra invitación y a todos los acá presentes a la próxima Convención de Salud que se desarrollará en Cuba del 17 al 21 de octubre. Ministras y ministros del área, todos están invitados a esta Convención de Salud. Confiamos en su buena gestión. Muchas gracias.
TNT, please, then Barbados.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, it is my pleasure on behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular, our Honorable Minister of Health, the Honorable Terence Dial Singh, to warmly congratulate Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on his election today as the next director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau in PAHO. Government of Trinidad and Tobago also congratulates Dr. Carissa Etienne on her sterling leadership and stewardship of PAHO during the past 10 years, and particularly at a time of the immense and multidimensional human vulnerability, yet resilience, caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Dr. Etienne. Under the stewardship of Dr. Etienne, the principles of adding value and of responsiveness to the socioeconomic and other challenges to health development in our countries have been consistently demonstrated in their approaches to technical cooperation, a passion for the achievement of universal health coverage and care, which have reverberated across the region and have manifested in the reform of the Secretariat that has proceeded so smoothly. Trinidad and Tobago also shares Dr. Barbosa da Silva's leadership vision, and we look forward to working with him as he steers PAHO to build on Dr. Etienne's exemplary leadership as the organization continues to effectively and efficiently cooperate with all member states as we strive for measurable progress towards the health-related sustainable development goals. Once again, Dr. Barbosa Silva Jr., congratulations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Barbados, then Bolivia.
Thank you, Mr. President. The government and people of Barbados would like to join with member states in congratulating Dr. Jarvis Barbosa da Silva Jr. on your elevation to the post of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. We would also like to thank the outgoing Director, Dr. Clarissa Etienne, for outstanding leadership of PAHO for almost a decade. We also commend the other candidates who contested the post for the office of Director. Barbados looks forward to the continued cooperation of PAHO in executing the agenda and work plan on behalf of small island states like Barbados. We are confident that under the leadership of Dr. Barbosa, PAHO will continue to achieve its strategic objectives and plans on behalf of member states. Good luck, and we thank you.
Bolivia.
Gracias, presidente. Muy buenos días. En primera instancia, queremos agradecer todo el trabajo tesonero desarrollado por la doctora Etienne. Muchas gracias por ese trabajo dedicado, por ese altruismo y por ese espíritu que usted ha demostrado en estos años que ha estado en esta encomiable labor. Al doctor Jarbas Barbosa, queda en primera instancia felicitarle, desear todos los éxitos posibles, decirle, doctor, que este trabajo que usted va a encarar va a ser de manera coordinada y con el apoyo especialmente del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia. Tenga en nosotros un aliado, un vecino y un actor estratégico en la procura de la universalización de la salud. El presidente Luis Arce Catacora ha encaminado su gestión y ha dedicado múltiples esfuerzos para garantizar la consecución del Sistema Único de Salud. En esa medida queremos nuevamente reiterar nuestra felicitación, agradecer la buena gestión por anticipado que seguramente va a encauzar y estamos para coadyuvar con todo lo que se nos requiera. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. My apologies, Spain. The Brits have reminded me that they won the Battle of Trafalgar, so they go next. UK, please.
Quiero felicitar al doctor Barbosa por su elección como director de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. La
I guess
doctora
history is being rewritten. I'm sorry. You know what? Spain, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Empiezo de nuevo. Quiero felicitar al doctor Barbosa por su elección como director de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. La doctora Etienne deja en buenas manos la organización, así que reitero también el agradecimiento y reconocimiento a la doctora Etienne por su labor, a la que aprovecho para trasladarle nuestros mejores deseos. Doctor Barbosa, usted tiene ante sí una nueva etapa llena de desafíos y de oportunidades en la que compartimos el propósito del derecho a la salud universal. Sabe que para este nuevo tiempo en la OPS sigue contando con el apoyo de España. Enhorabuena.
UK, don't mention the war, and then Dominican Republic and La France.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I will definitely not comment on history. I will also stay very brief as I realize I'm between everybody and lunch. But I would most importantly like to congratulate Dr. Barbosa da Silva Jr. Many, many congratulations in your new role. I would also like to thank all the candidates who I know you have worked tirelessly over the last few months. I'd also like to again thank Dr. Etienne for all your fantastic work. Dr. Barbosa, you've got such a wonderful range of experience and achievements. And I know, for example, you have done so much work on antimicrobial resistance, a massively important issue for us all. We really look forward to working with you and PAHO. The last few years have shown just how important PAHO is. And there's so many priorities, you should never start a list, but whether it's PPR, SRHR, there are so many things where we really look forward to working with you, and many congratulations again.
Dominican Republic, France, and then the Netherlands.
Doctor Barbosa, muchísimas felicidades de parte del gobierno de la República Dominicana. Para nosotros es un gran honor poder seguir con una buena directriz y poder contar con el apoyo que sabemos que vamos a tener en los próximos años. Así que muchas felicitaciones y cuenta con nuestro apoyo incondicional.
Okay, I think Dominican Republic gets a prize for the shortest speech. France and then Netherlands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Docteur Barbosa, la France vous adresse ses plus chaleureuses félicitations pour votre élection et certaine que vous saurez continuer avec brio et avec efficacité le travail remarquable accompli par la docteure Carissa Etienne. Sachez que notre pays sera toujours à vos côtés pour vous aider à accomplir cette mission, aussi bien dans ces territoires américains que dans le reste des activités de l'organisation. Et à nouveau, nous vous adressons nos plus chaleureuses félicitations pour ce nouveau mandat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Barbosa, on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, congratulations with this election. I think we echo your words for the other candidates as well. To also thank on this moment the organization, the Secretariat, and especially the Legal Council for guiding this process, because only if we get these processes right, we can gather our strength to tackle the challenges ahead. Dr. Chen, thanks a lot for your energy, your vibrant energy, I should say, during the last time, and we look forward to partnering with you all in the next few years.
Just before I turn to Brazil, we have a special resolution to propose. Dr. Barbosa, you've heard a whole series of very positive remarks, expectations, willingness to work with you. I'm reminded of a saying that my grandfather had that I think came from a famous baseball player named Yogi Berra. He said, "Be nice to people on your way up because you're going to meet them again on your way down." So you're at the top now, and you'll be meeting all of these folks many times. But I'm no doubt, to echo the words of everyone else, that you will be up to the task. So congratulations again, and look forward to many years of good work in Paho. So let me turn finally to the delegate from Brazil, who has a resolution.
Senhor presidente, senhores membros da mesa, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, inicialmente gostaria de deixar assentado o que vimos hoje, nesse dia tão significativo para essa organização que completa em 2022 120 anos. Em 4 escrutínios, absolutamente movido pelo espírito democrático, escolhemos o nome do Dr. Jarbas Barbosa. O Brasil teve a honra de apresentar a candidatura do Dr. Jarbas, um dos seus mais ilustres filhos, que durante mais de 30 anos dedicou a sua vida à saúde pública, notadamente no meu país. O Brasil, como é de conhecimento de todos os senhores, tem um dos maiores sistemas de saúde de acesso universal, igualitário e gratuito do mundo, capaz de atender uma população de 210 milhões de habitantes. É essa experiência que nós oferecemos à Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde. Também aproveitamos a oportunidade para cumprimentar os países que também ofereceram candidatos de altíssimo nível, como é o caso do Dr. Camilo, da doutora Nadine, da doutora Florence e do Dr. Daniel Salinas. Em nome do nosso país, agradecemos essa participação que só engrandece o processo democrático na Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde. Enfim, não precisamos de calor, precisamos de luz. E é justamente essa luz que a OPAS traz ao longo desses 120 anos, tão bem representadas na última década pela doutora Carissa Etienne. Então, meus senhores, em nome do nosso país, do Brasil, da Argentina, do Chile, da Colômbia, da Costa Rica, de El Salvador e Peru, que eu tenho a honra de apresentar uma proposta de resolução com vistas a designar a doutora Carissa Etienne como diretora emérita da repartição sanitária pan-americana. Senhor presidente, eu sei que todos querem, não só almoçar, mas ter a sobremesa, mas eu vou ter que ler na íntegra a resolução, porque assim manda o regimento da Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde. Então, diretoria, projeto de resolução, diretora emérita da repartição sanitária pan-americana, a 30ª Conferência Sanitária Pan-Americana, considerando os 19 anos de serviço da doutora Carissa Faustina Etienne, à Organização Pan-Americana da Saúde e à Organização Mundial da Saúde, reconhecendo as valiosas contribuições proporcionadas pela doutora Etienne em fazer avançar a resposta às doenças tanto transmissíveis como não transmissíveis e em fortalecer a atenção primária à saúde e o acesso universal à saúde nas Américas durante seus 10 anos como diretora da repartição sanitária pan-americana e diretora regional da Organização Mundial da Saúde para as Américas, destacando a liderança desempenhada pela doutora Etienne durante os estágios mais agudos da pandemia de Covid-19, a mais grave emergência de saúde pública em mais de um século, reconhecendo o seu trabalho essencial em proporcionar para a região das Américas o melhor conhecimento científico disponível e as mais eficientes estratégias baseadas em evidência para promover a saúde, proteger vidas durante a pandemia, ao mesmo tempo em que buscou incansavelmente assegurar o acesso a vacinas, medicamentos e outros insumos essenciais à vida, saudando suas inúmeras contribuições para tornar a organização mais eficiente, moderna e transparente, bem como sua dedicação e empenho relacionados ao avanço da equidade do panamericanismo no que se refere à saúde, desejando demonstrar seu reconhecimento à doutora Etienne pelos muitos anos de serviços à organização e considerando que seu mandato como diretora da repartição pan-americana e como diretora regional da Organização Mundial da Saúde está prestes a expirar, resolve: 1. Expressar seu sincero agradecimento à doutora Carissa Etienne pelos muitos anos de serviço à Organização Pan-Americana da Saúde e à Organização Mundial da Saúde, e por sua liderança como diretora da repartição sanitária pan-americana. 2. Designar a doutora Carissa Etienne como diretora emérita da repartição pan-americana a partir da data de sua aposentadoria. Desejar-lhe o maior êxito possível em suas funções e atividades para melhorar a saúde dos povos da região das Américas e do mundo. E 4, transmitir esta resolução à diretoria executiva da Organização Mundial da Saúde para informação. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, Brazil. So, Carissa, it seems appropriate that someone like you, who has sat through literally hundreds of resolutions, having been read out in full, that we have a resolution for you that you can hang up on your wall. To say that this was no, it won't be the last resolution that you listened through, but an excellent initiative. Thank you again, Brazil and others. I think I'd be fair to just assume that we can agree that we adopt this resolution immediately. So adopted. Those flowers were allocated from the PAHO budget. So thank you, Madam Director, for agreeing to them. So I know we are all waiting to jump out the door. But I do, before we do, want to give an opportunity for Director General, Dr. Tedros, to say a few words. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, I offer my warm congratulations to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. on his election as the next director of PAHO and on his nomination as the regional director. Parabéns. And congratulations also to Brazil. I also congratulate Dr. Camilo Alien, Dr. Florence Guillaume, Dr. Nadine Gassman, Dr. Daniel Silas on your campaigns. And I thank you for putting yourselves forward for what is one of the best, but also one of the hardest jobs in the world. And I have seen it also as one of the most contested, I think. Dr. Jarbas, you have earned the confidence and trust of the member states of the Americas. This is a great privilege and a very great responsibility. I think all the support comes with also serious expectation from you. The health of the region's 1 billion people is in your hands. No pressure. As you know, the region is extremely diverse with a huge range of cultures, language, landscapes, and income levels. But as one of the member states said, the size of the country should not matter. From the Arctic to the Antarctic, from the North Pacific to the South Atlantic, from mega cities and urban slums to remote islands and villages, from the world's largest economy to some of the smallest. Equally, you're faced with a huge range of health challenges, from aging to antimicrobial resistance, dengue, diabetes to diabetes, Chagas to cancer, malaria to mental health, and so much more. There is a gap of 18 years between the countries with the region's shortest and longest life expectancies. You will assume this position at a critical time as we seek to end the pandemic and jumpstart progress towards the 3 billion targets and the sustainable development goals. If you serve 2 terms, you will lead the region to the end of the SDG era and the beginning of the next era. And if you serve 2 terms, you will be working with a new Director General in 5 years' time. Someone, not me. But in the meantime, you're stuck with me. And I look forward to working with you. The success of this organization depends on close cooperation, coordination, and trust between headquarters, the regional offices, and country offices. And I hope together with you, we will continue to strengthen the 3-level alignment. I'm committed to working closely with you, our regional and country office colleagues, and our member states to promote provide, protect, power, and perform for the health of the Americas. Of course, you have big shoes to fill. My sister Carissa, thank you once again for your outstanding leadership over the past 10 years. As I said during the reception, especially your candor is something I really liked. I hope you enjoy some time off, but not too much. Your country needs you, your region needs you, the world needs you. Don't be a stranger. Once again, Dr. Jarbas, parabenes. I very much look forward to welcoming you to the Global Policy Group and working with you for a healthier, safer, fairer Americas. I thank you. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Tedros. I think we're going to give the final word to Carissa. So, Madam Director, floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Mr. President. Yeah, DG has to go, so it's unavoidable. Thank you, DG, for being here with us. Thank you. I promise you I'm not going to be long. So I want to begin by sincerely congratulating our director-elect, Jarbas Barbosa. And Jarbas, you now have the privilege to lead the oldest, most prestigious public health organization in the world. I hope that makes you feel good, but I hope that makes you feel sufficiently humbled that you will work so closely with member states to meet the needs of the last person of this region. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all of the other candidates and their countries for putting themselves forward. It tells me that you have great confidence in this organization and that you are willing to give yourself to ensure that it goes from strength to strength. Let me assure member states, everything is ready for the transition. We will ensure, Jarbas doesn't need too much transition, but we will ensure that we have a fruitful transition process. So he will be ready to take the reins on the 1st of February. This is my commitment to you, member states. I have no doubt, I am fully convinced that Jarbas has the necessary knowledge after working with him for 4 years, that he does have the necessary knowledge, the expertise, and the experience to take the reins of what is a renowned organization and to take it to even higher heights. I look forward to hearing even greater things about PAHO. Let me thank member states as well for your confidence in multilateralism, for your confidence in PAHO, and because the Secretariat is as successful as you member states are engaged and committed. So thank you for this. And so also I want to thank Brazil and the other nominating countries, but all of you for bestowing upon me, come the 1st of February, the title of Director Emeritus. I will bear it very proudly, and I will continue to identify with this organization. I will keep a far distance from the management. I don't want that, but I will be proud to advocate for this organization as we move forward. So, you know, they say that the one thing that is constant is change. And today we've witnessed change. And I believe that as as an organization, we need to continuously change. If we don't, we will be relegated to the fate of the dinosaurs. So PAHO is an old organization, but is an organization that needs to progress. So let me wish PAHO, its member states, its new directors, certainly the secretariat, let me wish you great progress, that you will continue into the next 120 years in solidarity for the health and well-being and the dignity of every last human being in this region. Thank you for the confidence that you displayed in me. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Teresa. You're quite right. The only constant has changed. When that photograph was taken, there were people hidden behind, starting with Monica, who will be the constant. Dr. Barbosa, Lou, and others who will be able to, I know, carry through a very successful transition and beyond. So it is 2:15. We're going to try to convene in no later than 1 hour from now. I apologize for that. We're trying to catch up with our agenda. Hope you can get lunch in that hour. We're going to start the afternoon with item 8.2, followed by 8.3, and then 4.7. So we'll see you all in an hour. Thank you.
And supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubiola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan-American Health Organization.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches. Teve o caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da gripe viral, sarampo, né?
varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação, é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo. Então, a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Eu acho que é importante
porque a nossa vida e nos livrar de todos os germes e proteger a nossa família.
Las Américas, una región dinámica y diversa, pero también la más desigual del mundo. 201 millones de personas todavía viven en la pobreza. Enfermedades como la obesidad, la diabetes, la hipertensión y el colesterol alto son más prevalentes entre los pobres y los más vulnerables. La mortalidad de niños menores de 5 años es el doble cuando las madres tienen menor educación. Y cada año nacen 2 millones de niños de madres entre 15 y 19 años. Tenemos el deber de proteger a quienes más lo precisan. Haremos lo que sea necesario para que nadie quede atrás. Lo hemos hecho por más de un siglo y no vamos a parar, porque nuestra determinación no para. Nuestra dedicación no para. Nuestro compromiso con las comunidades no para. Porque la vida no para. La salud es el recurso más valioso y un motor del desarrollo sostenible. Ayuda a cerrar brechas y a eliminar inequidades. Invertir en sistemas de salud resilientes es vital para la recuperación y la preparación para el futuro. Pero ninguna organización o nación puede abordar los desafíos de salud en las Américas por sí sola. Somos el socio de elección para promover la salud pública y el mejor instrumento para mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestras poblaciones. Tenemos cobertura en todos los países capacidad de gestión y monitoreo de proyectos a nivel regional y nacional, conocimiento y redes en todas las áreas de salud, capacidad para convocar, mecanismos de transparencia y experiencia en dar respuestas a emergencias. Las alianzas han sido esenciales para mejorar la salud en la región. La esperanza de vida aumentó 36 años. Las muertes de niños menores de 5 años se redujeron un 67%. Miles de millones de personas se han podido vacunar y acceder a medicamentos. Se eliminó la viruela, la poliomielitis, la rubéola y el sarampión. Cada éxito demuestra lo que la colaboración puede lograr. Pero todavía queda mucho por hacer. Las vidas de muchas personas dependen de nosotros. Llevemos juntos salud y esperanza a cada rincón de las Américas. Organización Panamericana de la Salud.
La diabetes, las enfermedades cardiovasculares, las enfermedades respiratorias crónicas y el cáncer son las principales enfermedades no transmisibles. En los últimos años, estas han aumentado impulsadas por el envejecimiento, la urbanización, la globalización y cambios en nuestros estilos de vida, hasta convertirse hoy día en la gran epidemia de nuestro tiempo. El impacto de las enfermedades no transmisibles puede reducirse con estilos de vida saludables, pero para adoptarlos, la voluntad individual no es suficiente. Por ejemplo, cuando comprar alimentos saludables es más costoso y difícil de encontrar que la comida chatarra. Cuando realizar ejercicio físico es todo un desafío porque no contamos con áreas verdes acondicionadas, cercanas y seguras. Cuando dejar de fumar o de beber resulta complicado porque la publicidad de estos productos nos invade en todas partes. Se requieren leyes y normas que hagan de la opción saludable la más fácil de tomar, pues de no hacerlo, cada vez más personas se enfermarán y necesitarán medicamentos y tratamientos costosos de por vida, los cuales podrían llevarlos a la ruina. Pero estamos a tiempo de poner un freno a esta epidemia, y algunos países en las Américas ya han tomado acciones, como por ejemplo, reformulando los productos procesados para hacerlos más saludables, informando a los consumidores acerca de su contenido y promoviendo un mayor acceso a alimentos frescos, regulando la venta de alimentos en las escuelas, así como proporcionando agua potable sin costo, aplicando impuestos al tabaco, alcohol y bebidas azucaradas para reducir su consumo, a la vez que facilitando el acceso a programas para dejar de fumar, prohibiendo el consumo de tabaco en espacios públicos cerrados y limitando la publicidad en cigarros, alcohol y comida chatarra, creando espacios para la realización de actividades físicas, así como promocionando las ciclovías recreativas y el uso del transporte público. Los gobiernos deben asegurar los servicios de salud para la población, el acceso a la detección oportuna, el diagnóstico, cuidados de salud y medicamentos, sin discriminación y sin que ello implique caer en dificultades económicas. Las personas deben tener apoyo y acceso a la información para empoderarlas en el manejo de su propia salud, con el fin de mejorar el control de sus enfermedades y contribuir a un desarrollo sano de ellos y sus familias. De esta forma, las personas como tú, yo y todos pondremos un alto a esta terrible epidemia y podremos disfrutar de una vida más larga y beneficiosa. Políticas públicas y hábitos saludables constituyen la receta para un mejor estilo de vida. Comparte esta información y si deseas saber más, visita nuestra página.
La región se enfrenta a una inminente crisis por la importante disminución del número de niños que reciben todas las vacunas. En el 2021, en las Américas, 2.7 millones de niños menores de 1 año no recibieron o completaron sus esquemas de vacunas básicas a raíz de las interrupciones en los servicios de salud ocasionadas por la pandemia de la COVID-19. La pandemia también afectó la vigilancia de estas enfermedades y los sistemas de laboratorio. La región podría no ser capaz de detectar el próximo brote de una enfermedad prevenible por vacunación antes de que se convierta en una epidemia multinacional. Por la íntima relación entre epidemias y la vida en sociedad, estamos no solo ante un riesgo sanitario, sino también ante un riesgo económico, educacional y social. Necesitamos disminuir el riesgo de importación y de brotes de enfermedades que fueron eliminadas de las Américas, como la polio, la rubiola o el tétanos neonatal. Para lograrlo, los Estados miembros, los socios y la Organización Panamericana de la Salud debemos trabajar en conjunto para fortalecer todos los aspectos de los programas de inmunización
invirtiendo recursos financieros y aumentando la cantidad del personal capacitado que pueda garantizar servicios de inmunización y su integración al sistema de atención primaria de la salud. Esto solo ocurrirá si los gobiernos y los socios se comprometen política y económicamente a cerrar las brechas en inmunización. Como principal colaborador de la región en todos los asuntos de salud pública, la OPS está perfectamente posicionada para ayudar a los Estados miembros a priorizar sus necesidades más urgentes e implementar acciones en favor de la vacunación. Continuemos con nuestra exitosa colaboración para fortalecer los programas nacionales de inmunización en toda la región. Es posible superar esta crisis. Juntos. Hemos triunfado en el pasado y lo volveremos a hacer. Organización Panamericana de la Salud, 120 años. Somos la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, celebrando 120 años de solidaridad en la promoción de la salud y el bienestar de las personas, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
We live in a world that is evolving faster than ever, and in which life expectancy has increased by 20 years in half a century. For the first time, society and technology have advanced quickly in the life of a single person or a generation. Never before have 6 generations shared the planet. Generations who were born before the existence of antibiotics today coexist with younger generations that are being born into a biotechnology revolution at a time of high social connectivity. The inspiration is that this gift of 20 years in life expectancy is translated into a benefit and not a burden. The fact that people live longer, are sick for longer, and are therefore linked to health services for longer are reasons that demand the need for novel approaches. The gift of 20 more years in life expectancy requires that the physical and mental capacities of the population be fully developed and last longer. It allows us to not only to survive, but to thrive and actively contribute to this fast and demanding transformation. This is why health cannot remain only a concept or an abstract aspiration, but must be understood and measured as a resource and a tangible capacity. Understanding that health does not occur by itself and must be built out the lifespan and determined by special social conditions is essential. Building health throughout the life course seeks to motivate academia and health structures to look at health through this innovative lens. But beyond that, it intends to stimulate the application of the life course approach into public health practice and influence and determine the health trajectories of individuals and populations, and consequently, their capacity for human development.
Las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional, NDC, reúnen los compromisos asumidos por los países para enfrentar el cambio climático. Incluyen acciones de adaptación al cambio de clima y de mitigación, la reducción de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y otros contaminantes atmosféricos. Su implementación trae beneficios: reducción del número de muertes, estadías en el hospital, licencias laborales y casos de enfermedades respiratorias y cardiovasculares relacionadas con la calidad del aire, entre otras consecuencias para el sistema público de salud, las empresas y el Estado. Para cuantificar los beneficios de las NDC, la Organización Mundial de la Salud desarrolló una herramienta de cálculo llamada Carbón H. Carbón H le permite a legisladores, votantes, tomadores de decisiones y empresarios contar con información sobre los efectos esperados sobre la salud de la mejoría en la calidad del aire. La NDC preparada por Colombia contiene 148 medidas para reducir el 51% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero para el año 2030 en relación a 2014. Usando la herramienta Carbón H, se estimaron que algunos de los co-beneficios a la salud de la implementación de las NDC son 25.600 muertes evitadas en el periodo 2021-2030 y 3.800 muertes evitadas al año a partir de 2030. 2.750 casos de hospitalización al año por causas respiratorias y cardiovasculares evitadas a partir de 2030. Reducción de 892.000 episodios de asma al año en población infantil a partir de 2030. Esto representa para la salud pública beneficios económicos de hasta 12.900 millones de dólares entre 2021-2030 y 1.800 millones de dólares al año, equivalente al 0.64% del PIB a partir de 2030. Carbón H es una herramienta gratuita al servicio de los países y la OPS está comprometida en proveer cooperación técnica para aprovecharla al máximo, incorporando los costos de salud y números tangibles a la acción climática. Solo faltas tú. Visita www.pajo.org y conoce tú también las experiencias, aplicaciones y posibilidades de Carbón H.
Vivimos en un mundo que evoluciona más rápido que nunca y en el que la esperanza de vida de las personas aumentó 20 años en medio siglo. Por primera vez, el curso social y tecnológico avanza más rápido que la vida de una persona o de una generación. Nunca antes hubo 6 generaciones compartiendo el planeta, generaciones que nacieron antes de la existencia de los antibióticos y hoy conviven con generaciones más jóvenes que nacieron en plena revolución biotecnológica y de alta conectividad. La aspiración es que este regalo de 20 años en la esperanza de vida se traduzca en un beneficio y no en una carga. Que las personas vivan más tiempo y más tiempo enfermas y ligadas a los servicios de salud son razones que exigen la necesidad de enfoques novedosos. El regalo de 20 años más en la esperanza de vida exige que las capacidades físicas y mentales de la población sean desarrolladas a plenitud y que duren más tiempo, que permita no solo el sobrevivir, sino prosperar y contribuir activamente a esta información rápida y exigente. Es por esto por lo que la salud no puede quedarse solo en una aspiración abstracta, sino que debe entenderse y medirse como un recurso y una capacidad tangible. Entender que la salud no se da por sí sola y que debe ser construida a lo largo del curso de vida y determinada por condicionantes sociales es esencial.
Construir la salud a lo largo del curso de la vida busca motivar a la academia y a las estructuras sanitarias a dar una mirada a la salud con ese lente innovador. Pero más allá, pretende motivar la aplicación del enfoque en la práctica de salud pública e influenciar y determinar las trayectorias de salud de los individuos y las poblaciones, y en consecuencia su capacidad para el desarrollo humano.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches.
Teve um caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, sarampo, né?
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação, é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo. Então, a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Você acha que é importante você tomar vacina? Por quê?
Porque é ótimo para a nossa vida e nos livrar de todos os vermes e proteger as nossas famílias.
is the most precious resource we have and an engine of sustainable development. It helps to close gaps and reduce inequalities. Investing in resilient healthcare systems is vital for their recovery and preparation for the future. However, no single nation or organization can tackle the health challenges facing the Americas alone. We are the partner of choice to promote public health and the best resource to improve the quality of life in our communities. We provide coverage in all countries, management and supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubeola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan American Health Organization.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches.
Teve um caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, sarampo, né?
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação, é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo, então a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Você acha que é importante você tomar vacina? Por quê?
Porque é ótimo para a nossa vida e nos livrar de todo de vermes e proteger as nossas famílias.
las Américas, una región dinámica y diversa, pero también la más desigual del mundo. 201 millones de personas todavía viven en la pobreza. Enfermedades como la obesidad, la diabetes, la hipertensión y el colesterol alto son más prevalentes entre los pobres y los más vulnerables. La mortalidad de niños menores de 5 años es el doble cuando las madres tienen menor educación. Y cada año nacen 2 millones de niños de madres entre 15 y 19 años. Tenemos el deber de proteger a quienes más lo precisan. Haremos lo que sea necesario para que nadie quede atrás. Lo hemos hecho por más de un siglo y no vamos a parar, porque nuestra determinación no para. Nuestra dedicación no para. Nuestro compromiso con las comunidades no para. Porque la vida no para. La salud es el recurso más valioso y un motor del desarrollo sostenible. Ayuda a cerrar brechas y a eliminar inequidades. Invertir en sistemas de salud resilientes es vital para la recuperación y la preparación para el futuro. Pero ninguna organización o nación puede abordar los desafíos de salud en las Américas por sí sola. Somos el socio de elección para promover la salud pública y el mejor instrumento para mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestras poblaciones. Tenemos cobertura en todos los países, capacidad de gestión y monitoreo de proyectos a nivel regional y nacional, conocimiento y redes en todas las áreas de salud, capacidad para convocar, mecanismos de transparencia y experiencia en dar respuestas a emergencias. Las alianzas han sido esenciales para mejorar la salud en la región. La esperanza de vida aumentó 36 años. Las muertes de niños menores de 5 años se redujeron un 67%. Miles de millones de personas se han podido vacunar y acceder a medicamentos. Se eliminó la viruela, la poliomielitis, la rubéola y el sarampión. Cada éxito demuestra lo que la colaboración puede lograr. Pero todavía queda mucho por hacer. Las vidas de muchas personas dependen de nosotros. Llevemos juntos salud y esperanza a cada rincón de las Américas. Organización Panamericana de la Salud.
La diabetes, las enfermedades cardiovasculares, las enfermedades respiratorias crónicas y el cáncer son las principales enfermedades no transmisibles. En los últimos años, estas han aumentado impulsadas por el envejecimiento, la urbanización, la globalización y cambios en nuestros estilos de vida, hasta convertirse hoy día en la gran epidemia de nuestro tiempo. El impacto de las enfermedades no transmisibles puede reducirse con estilos de vida saludables, pero para adoptarlos, la voluntad individual no es suficiente. Por ejemplo, cuando comprar alimentos saludables es más costoso y difícil de encontrar que la comida chatarra. Cuando realizar ejercicio físico es todo un desafío porque no contamos con áreas verdes acondicionadas, cercanas y seguras. Cuando dejar de fumar o de beber resulta complicado porque la publicidad de estos productos nos invade en todas partes. Se requieren leyes y normas que hagan de la opción saludable la más fácil de tomar, pues de no hacerlo, cada vez más personas enfermarán y necesitarán medicamentos y tratamientos costosos de por vida, los cuales podrían llevarlos a la ruina. Pero estamos a tiempo de poner un freno a esta epidemia, y algunos países en las Américas ya han tomado acciones, como por ejemplo, reformulando los productos procesados para hacerlos más saludables, informando a los consumidores acerca de su contenido y promoviendo un mayor acceso a alimentos frescos, regulando la venta de alimentos en las escuelas, así como proporcionando agua potable sin costo, aplicando impuestos al tabaco, alcohol y bebidas azucaradas para reducir su consumo, a la vez que facilitando el acceso a programas para dejar de fumar, prohibiendo el consumo de tabaco en espacios públicos cerrados y limitando la publicidad en cigarros, alcohol y comida chatarra, creando espacios para la realización de actividades físicas, así como promocionando las ciclovías recreativas y el uso del transporte público. Los gobiernos deben asegurar los servicios de salud para la población, el acceso a la detección oportuna, el diagnóstico, cuidados de salud y medicamentos, sin discriminación y sin que ello implique caer en dificultades económicas. Las personas deben tener apoyo y acceso a la información para empoderarlas en el manejo de su propia salud, con el fin de mejorar el control de sus enfermedades y contribuir a un desarrollo sano de ellos y sus familias. De esta forma, las personas como tú, yo y todos pondremos un alto a esta terrible epidemia y podremos disfrutar de una vida más larga y beneficiosa. Políticas públicas y hábitos saludables constituyen la receta para un mejor estilo de vida. Comparte esta información y si deseas saber más, visita nuestra página.
the impact of the pandemic on our mental health has been enormous. This is an unprecedented time that we are living.
There is no health without mental. It can affect anybody at any point in time.
In addition to facing COVID-19 for the Caribbean, we are also facing the hurricane season, and that is a situation that we cannot avoid if it happens.
And we've had flooding in the past, we had earthquake in the past, so it's about being able to use everything we know now and plan for that.
Coordination is extremely relevant so that we can guarantee that the services are reaching to people who are more vulnerable. So we had 14 countries from the Caribbean that participated in the course.
The course in itself was really, really extensive. One of the key things that happened in Trinidad and Tobago was that we started our mental health and psychosocial support technical working group.
Using the IFC guideline, the Interagency Standing Committee guideline for mental health and psychosocial support coordination, which is a tool that has 4 Ws, who is doing what, where, and when. And that helps them to develop a map of what are the resources are in their country, and then develop a plan of action, because we want to send the message that MHPSS, which is mental health and psychosocial support, is coordinated by different agencies.
Coordination in mental health really means getting everybody together, everybody becomes involved.
O envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário, pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar, em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Vivemos em um mundo que está evoluindo mais rápido do que nunca e no qual a expectativa de vida aumentou 20 anos em meio século. Pela primeira vez, a sociedade e a tecnologia avançam mais rápido do que a vida de uma pessoa ou de uma geração. Nunca antes, 6 gerações compartilharam o planeta. Gerações que nasceram antes da existência dos antibióticos, hoje convivem com gerações mais jovens que nasceram em plena revolução biotecnológica e de alta conectividade social. A aspiração é que esse presente de 20 anos na expectativa de vida se traduza em um benefício e não em um fardo. O fato de as pessoas viverem mais, permanecerem doentes por mais tempo e, portanto, ficarem mais tempo vinculadas aos serviços de saúde são motivos que demandam novas abordagens. O ganho de 20 anos a mais na expectativa de vida exige que as capacidades físicas e mentais da população sejam plenamente desenvolvidas e que durem por mais tempo. Isso permite não apenas sobreviver, mas prosperar e contribuir ativamente para essa transformação rápida e exigente. É por isso que a saúde não pode ser considerada apenas como uma aspiração abstrata, mas deve ser entendida e medida como um recurso e uma capacidade tangível. Entender que a saúde não acontece por si mesma e que deve ser construída ao longo da vida, ao mesmo tempo que é influenciada por condições sociais específicas, é essencial. O documento Construindo a Saúde no Curso de Vida busca motivar a academia e as estruturas de saúde a olhar para a saúde por meio dessa visão inovadora. Mas, além disso, pretende motivar a aplicação da abordagem do curso de vida na prática da saúde pública para, assim, abordar melhor os fatores que influenciam e determinam as trajetórias de saúde de indivíduos e populações e, consequentemente, a sua capacidade de desenvolvimento humano.
The Americas, a dynamic region full of diversity, and yet the most unequal in the world. 201 million people still live in poverty. Illnesses such as obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol are more prevalent among poor and vulnerable populations. The mortality rate is twice as high for children under 5, with undereducated mothers. And every year, 2 million babies are born to mothers between the ages of 15 and 19. It is our duty to protect those who are most in need. We will do whatever is necessary to ensure that no one is left behind. We've been doing so for over a century, and we're not going to stop now. Because our determination doesn't stop. Our dedication doesn't stop. Our commitment to our communities doesn't stop. And because life doesn't stop. Health is the most precious resource we have and an engine of sustainable development. It helps to close gaps and reduce inequalities. Investing in resilient healthcare systems is vital for their recovery and preparation for the future. However, no single nation or organization can tackle the health challenges facing the Americas alone. We are the partner of choice to promote public health and the best resource to improve the quality of life in our communities. We provide coverage in all countries, management and supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubiola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan-American Health Organization.
The nationally determined contributions NDC meet the commitments made by climate change. They include adaptation to climate change and mitigation actions, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and other atmospheric pollutants. Their implementation brings about benefit, reduction of the number of deaths, number and length of stay in hospitals, number of sick leaves, and respiratory and cardiovascular related to the quality of the air, among other consequences for the public health system, the companies, and the state. In order to quantify the benefits brought about by NDCs, the World Health Organization called Carbon H. Carbon H allows legislators, voters, decision makers, and entrepreneurs to have the information they need on the expected effects on health of the enhancement of the air quality. The NDC, as prepared by Colombia, encompasses 140 measures aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by the year 2030, as compared to 2014. By using the Carbon H tool, it is estimated that some of the health co-benefits of implementing the NDCs are avoiding 25,600 deaths over the period 2021 to 2030, and 3,800 per year after 2030. As of 2030, 2,750 cases of per year caused by respiratory and cardiovascular disorders will be avoided, reducing 892,000 asthma episodes in children per year after the year 2030. This represents economic benefits for the public health system of up to $12.9 billion during the period 2021 to 2030, and of $1.8 billion per year, or the equivalent of 0.64% of GDP, as of the year 2030. Carbon H is free of charge for countries, and PAHO is committed to providing the necessary technical cooperation to make the most of it by adding the healthcare costs and tangible figures to the climate actions. You're the only one missing. Visit www.paho.org. Get acquainted with the experiences, applications, and possibilities offered by Carbon H.
Hello, Paula.
Buenos dias.
Bom dia.
O que você gostaria de falar hoje?
Hola.
Hi, I'm Paula. I'm the Pan American Health Organization digital health specialist on use.
Why we developed Paola? The COVID-19 pandemic amplified two chronic problems we have with alcohol. One is misinformation on the internet and social media. The other is the limited health professional capacity to deal with alcohol problems in the health system. Therefore, the pandemic accelerated the need for a trusted and reliable source of information to improve health literacy related to alcohol, as well as to help people assess their risk and decide each plan towards a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah.
What or who is Paola, and why do you think we need her?
I will help to provide reliable information about the impact alcohol can have on your health. Help reduce your risk of harm from alcohol use.
Beber álcool pode causar câncer?
Há uma forte ligação entre o álcool e as doenças crônicas, particularmente o câncer.
How can I make sure I drink responsibly?
I'm sorry to say, but there's no such thing as responsible drinking.
¿Cómo sé si estoy bebiendo demasiado?
Puedo ayudarte a evaluar si lo que bebes puede.
Paola is a conversational agent created by Pablo, the first in the world dedicated to alcohol topics. She's built with artificial intelligence and the latest scientific information on hundreds of alcohol-related topics. Paola speaks English, Portuguese, and Spanish to an unlimited number of users, 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, in a way that is totally anonymous, confidential, and free to the user. She can be reached by mobile phone, desktop, tablet, or other similar device.
Why a digital health specialist for this obviously really important function? What was your decision there?
Paola can answer your questions on alcohol and health or alcohol-related harms, can screen for your alcohol risk, and guide you towards a change or quick plan. She can also refer users to treatment options in their own
Boa tarde. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Les poderia pedir la ayuda para convocar sus colegas, se es que me ayudan, para que podamos recomeçar la tarde. Can I kindly ask your help to reach out to your colleagues from other member states so we can have quorum to start the afternoon? Thank you. If you could also please take a seat so we can count. And I would invite the advisors to come to the front seat. Thank you very much. I saw Guatemala responded to my plea. Guyana is with us. Okay. Suriname is about to take a seat. The Netherlands as well. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, we have 20. We have 20. On, can you reach out to your colleagues in other delegations, maybe? My staff is out trying to grab you, your counterparts. Okay, I see St. Lucia stepping in. St. Kitts stepping in. Thank you. Can I ask some? Yes, thank you, St. Lucia. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Thank you very much. We're ready to go, Mr. President.
Thank you, Monica, as always. Secretariat. I know after the excitement of this morning, it's going to seem a little bit anticlimactic this afternoon, but we have a lot of business still to conduct. I'd like to start by indicating that I would hope to receive your support for continuing with our work right through to 6 o'clock without a health break, coffee break, in order to be able to catch up a little bit of time. I don't think any of us want to be here 5 p.m. on Friday afternoon. So if you all agree, that's what we will do. And of course, people can come in and out and get coffee or whatever they would like as we proceed. As I mentioned this morning, or I guess it was this afternoon earlier, we're going to proceed with item 8.2, followed by 8.3, and then 4.7. So now that we have one of the most senior officials with us here from the Secretariat, we can even more legitimately get going. So 8.2, report on strategic issues between PAHO and the WHO. Sort of too bad we didn't have this when Dr. Tedros was here. I'd like to bring document CSP 30/INF/2 to the attention of the conference. Invite our good friend Ronnie to come up, the Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation. Come up to the table. I'm going to ask Suriname to come up as representative of the executive committee, but I don't think it'll be fair to ask him to report if he doesn't have his report in front of him. It's like giving a church lesson. Just read what's in front of you.
Thank you, President. To report on strategic issues between PAHO and the WHO. The Executive Committee reviewed an earlier version of the report on strategic issues between PAHO and the WHO at its session in June. In the committee's discussions of the report, delegates expressed thanks to the Bureau for its efforts to facilitate participation by PAHO member states in the global discussions underway within the WHO on preparedness and response to health emergencies, governance, and other topics. The Executive Committee called on the Bureau to continue working with the WHO Secretariat to find virtual working arrangements and hours that would enable an equitable participation by member states in the region. The importance of ensuring transparent, inclusive, consensus-based processes with realistic timeframes was stressed. Delegates welcomed the presentation of the report on strengthening WHO preparedness and response to health emergencies and establishment of the Standing Committee on Health Emergency Prevention, Preparedness and Response. The latter was seen as an opportunity for the region to make a significant contribution to strengthening the organization's overall response to health emergencies. It was considered essential for the countries of the region to take an active role in member state-led process, to consider amendments to the international health regulations and in intergovernmental negotiating body on a new WHO convention or other international on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Concerning the discussion on sustainable financing of the WHO, while the needs to advocate for adequate funding for the organization was recognized, it was also considered necessary to work to improve its governance. In that connection, the WHO Executive Board decision to establish an agile member state task force on strengthening WHO budgetary, programmatic, and financing governance was applauded. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Many thanks, sir, and I'm very well done on absolutely no notice. Ronnie, turn to you now.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. President, Assistant Director, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, and colleagues in health. In view of the feedback received from member states during the 59th Directing Council, this report has been structured to focus on leadership and governance, as well as accountability and transparency issues, given that that's the emphasis our member states ask us to highlight. Under leadership and governance, the report presents the following matters considered by the World Health Assembly in May this year and the Executive Board earlier. 1, strengthening WHO preparedness and response to health emergencies. 2, extension of the 13th General Program of Work to 2025 and revisions to the WHO program budget 2022-23, which you approved yesterday in the revised program budget of PAHO. Sustainable financing of WHO, including the historical approval of the Health Assembly that member states recommended the gradual increase of assessed contributions for a more sustainable financing of WHO programs, which is critical. The 75th World Health Assembly in May gave clear indications on the way forward related to these important matters of WHO governance, which will continue requiring member states' engagement. We thanked our member states from the region for their active engagement in the working groups on sustainable financing and the working group on strengthening preparedness and response to health emergencies, ensuring that the region's voice counted in such important global discussions and decisions. The Bureau, here, the PAHO Secretariat, stands ready to continue working with our member states as necessary to facilitate their continuous engagement and regional consultations as needed or requested. WHO is also conducting consultations with member states as requested by the 75th World Health Assembly regarding the extension of the General Program of Work Results Framework following the approval of its extension. A global online consultation was held on 30th June, and we are planning regional consultations with our colleagues in WHO headquarters during October and November. In addition to all these consultations, the PAHO Secretariat, or Executive Management, and technical networks continued participating in many high-level exchanges on strategic, technical, and operational matters of interest to both PAHO and WHO to represent the region and identify opportunities in those areas of priority or interest to our member states, and of course, to the Secretariat. Under accountability and transparency matters, I am pleased to note the increased financing to the region from WHO in 2021, and we see a continued trend, and we're pleased to see the continued trend of increased allocations to the region, including a recent commitment of our Director General for additional flexible funds to finance the program budget. This is thanks to your advocacy and your collaboration that we continue to work together to ensure that there is a more equitable distribution of the WHO funds across headquarters and the regional offices. I'm pleased to note that my colleague, the Director of Planning, Budget, and Resource Coordination, Mr. Holo, is in the room with us today, and he will be presenting on the program budget, the proposed program budget 24-25 in the subsequent item. Member states, we are really pleased to see that the increased allocation of the budget has an opportunity to translate additional funding to the region, but also to highlight that the decisions on sustainable financing are critical both for PAHO and WHO to ensure that we respond to the priorities in the programs that you approve. However, gaps remain in financing as highlighted yesterday, and this requires an ongoing collaboration with our member states and the WHO colleagues. I thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Ronnie. So now I'd like to open the floor for delegates, any delegate to make any comments on this item? Any volunteers? Argentina, we'll start with you.
Gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina toma nota del informe. En primer lugar, quisiéramos agradecer a la Oficina por toda la ayuda y cooperación que viene brindando a los Estados miembros para poder participar en las deliberaciones y consultas a nivel global y regional. La región de las Américas posee una posición única para brindar perspectivas sólidas en temas como el fortalecimiento de la preparación y respuesta de la OMS frente a emergencias sanitarias, incluyendo liderazgo y gobernanza. Por eso, celebramos el rol de los Estados Unidos como vicepresidente del Grupo de Trabajo sobre Fortalecimiento de la OMS y el rol de Brasil en representación de las Américas en el órgano de negociación intergubernamental para redactar y negociar un convenio o acuerdo. Deseamos destacar además la importancia de los aportes de nuestra región en los procesos globales que se están llevando a cabo. En particular, consideramos de suma relevancia continuar realizando sesiones organizadas por la organización sobre los distintos procesos que se están llevando en Ginebra con el objeto de fortalecer las posiciones de los países de la región, en especial aquellos subrepresentados, y fomentar una participación más proactiva en los procesos a largo plazo. Con relación a los métodos de trabajo de los distintos grupos y órganos, resaltamos la importancia de garantizar procesos transparentes, inclusivos, basados en el consenso, que respeten las necesidades de los Estados miembros con horarios y plazos realistas. Muchas gracias.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates this comprehensive report on strategic issues between WHO and FAHO. The report demonstrates the important work the organization continues to do to improve governance, accountability, and transparency. The United States also commends the ongoing deliberations aimed at the effective cooperation among member states in preparing for and responding to future health emergencies. The United States welcomes the increase in funding dedicated by the WHO to the Regional Office for the Americas, further strengthening the capacity of the organization to assist member states in the region. In particular, we highlight the importance of additional funding from the WHO going towards PAHO's capacity to implement and oversee established programs to combat sexual exploitation and abuse. As WHO member states consider WHO proposed increases to assess contributions ahead of the 2023 WHA, we look forward to working with our partners in PAHO to ensure that WHO provides sufficient information in the forthcoming implementation plan on reforms and budget proposal so that member states can make fully informed decisions. We commend the PAHO's close partnership with WHO and member states throughout the various efforts to strengthen WHO's preparedness and response to health emergencies. Your leadership and coordination have been instrumental in elevating the region's priorities and perspectives in these discussions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, US. Canada, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this comprehensive report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO. PAHO's close collaboration and communication with WHO is of the utmost importance, and we are encouraged to hear about the important work happening at the global level, for which we know our region's contributions are critical. We look forward to working constructively with all member states, particularly with those in our region on the working group on IHR amendments to continue to advance health emergency prevention, preparedness, and response at all levels. The Standing Committee on Health Emergency Prevention, Preparedness, and Response has the potential to make a significant contribution to strengthening the governance capacity of the Executive Board and will provide us with the space to engage in deeper and more detailed discussion of WHO's work on health emergencies. We would be honored to serve on this committee and commit to collaborating with all member states in the Americas and ensuring open and transparent communication with all of you on this work. The Agile Member State Task Group on Strengthening WHO Budgetary, Programmatic, and Financing Governance is also an opportunity for our region to contribute to a stronger WHO. We note that several member states from the region provided thoughtful and constructive submissions to the task group over the summer. We encourage continued active member state participation from across our region so that we can share the experiences and practices that contribute to PAHO's transparency, accountability, efficiency, and effectiveness with the aim of translating them into the WHO context where appropriate. We have the opportunity through the task group to influence and strengthen the WHO Secretariat's forthcoming implementation plan, an important tool that can build our confidence in WHO's direction and operation. Finally, Canada continues to support the development of a WHO convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We see significant value in collaborative regional approaches to develop and eventually implement the instrument. As mentioned during EC, one area we think the Americas could speak with a single voice is on the importance of advancing gender equality, including through collecting sex and gender disaggregated health data, developing and implementing gender-responsive policies for pandemics, and by increasing gender diversity in advisory and senior-level public health decision-making roles. Thank you.
Thanks, Canada. UK.
Thank you very much, President, and I very much welcome the report on these really important issues. I would like to echo comments from the US on the importance of implementing overseeing programs linked to sexual exploitation and abuse. Very much welcome the progress and what was agreed at World Health Assembly on sustainable financing. And I'd like to echo the comments just made by Canada on the Agile Member State Task Group. This is a really important opportunity to look at WHO reform. And it is so important that we get the input of all from across the region. We have a separate item later, so I'll just be brief, but I think the international health regulation amendments are crucial, but it's really important we also consider it from the lens of small island states. And likewise, the intergovernmental negotiating body, many of us here were there in July as we made great progress in agreeing a way forward on that. But once again, it's really important that everybody can inclusively contribute to that process, and we look forward to the next meeting in December. Thank you very much.
Thanks, UK. Any other delegations wish to speak?
No.
I don't think I see any. So Ronnie, any comments, further comments from you?
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the 4 member states for their comments, Argentina, USA, Canada, and the UK. First of all, thanks for your continued support and for your availability to collaborate with us also when we convene the regional engagement opportunities. As I said before, the Secretariat stands ready to continue facilitating your participation. And Dr. Etienne has been very clear with us that whatever we can do, especially for those member states that do not have missions in Geneva, that we do provide the necessary attention to facilitate regional space to hear from all our member states. And in that regard, as I said, we will be facilitating additional consultations on the key points that have been mentioned now in October and November, and we will be releasing the information on those dates and arrangements soon. Regarding the points on financing, I'd just like to highlight that on the point on governance and transparency, and specifically to the prevention and response to sexual exploitation and harassment, I'm pleased to update that the budget, as you noticed, was increased by 2.9 million in the area. And so far, we have received a commitment from WHO headquarters with a $1.6 million, and the work of our ethics office and colleagues continues in that regard. And there is an update that was presented at the executive committee as well. With regards to also reforms on accountability and transparency, we collaborate closely with our colleagues in WHO headquarters to provide the PAHO's experience, the success stories, and those that can benefit and contribute, as we did also with the implementation, the assessment of the WHO program budget through the new output scorecard. And my colleague, Mr. Holo, will present to you an update on how they are also planning to increase the engagement and the whole process of program budget development in the subsequent item. With regards to the IHR, there's a specific item on this. My colleague, Dr. Ugarte, I'm sure will update on that under item 8.4. I believe it's also just to highlight on the regional collaboration that the regional voice and that we maximize those opportunities that are available. And as I said before, we'll continue everything that we can do from our side to facilitate your participation. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Ronnie. And the Madame Director in disguise has no comments, I understand, so that's okay. Just a final comment from me as the president, and frankly also wearing my Canadian hat. And I'd like, if members agree, to make sure that this is included in the final report at this point. I think regardless of which one of us, or many of us, several of us, are involved in various aspects of the WHO's work, in particular the Bureau work. So I think of Brazil, for example, our representative on the INB Bureau. I think of the work that the US has done in representing the region on dealing with the IHRs. Our GRUA rep from Haiti now. Our 6 members of the board, the executive board, Canada, the US, Brazil, Colombia, Paraguay, and Peru. That I think it'd be very important, and frankly, within the board, whether it's Canada and Paraguay, maybe others over time who serve on the Standing Committee on Emergencies, all of us need to do, I would argue, 2 things. One is, in addition to our national perspectives, and where we can and where possible, provide a regional perspective. We heard from one of the delegations about hoping there might be a consensus view with respect to issues related to gender equality. We appreciate that not everybody will agree on every item from the region, but it is important that we, when we have the opportunity, that we reflect not just our national position, but where we can, the PAHO perspective. And I encourage all members to think along those lines. And secondly, the importance of consultation within the region for all of us, all of you that are play that role as representatives of the region in various entities of the WHO. You have it's not just an obligation, but in fact a responsibility, and indeed consistent with what we need to have in this practice in our organization here in PAHO, to ensure that we are continually consulting internally, making sure that we follow the principles of transparency and engagement within the region, so that no one is left unknown or unfamiliar with some of the progress or issues that are being discussed at the WHO simply because we're not members of any particular bureau. So I encourage all members to act accordingly. Okay, can we move then to item 8.3, regional consultation on the program budget 2024-2025 of the World Health Organization. Document CSP 30/INF/3. I invite Mr. Imre Holo, the Director of Planning, Resource Coordination and Performance Monitoring of the World Health Organization, WHO, to come to the head table and present the item. And if you could keep your comments to 8 minutes, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I must say, I understand that I have to be short, and I was coming from the regional committee in Europe where I had 2 minutes to present the program budget. So this is already a huge.
Okay, you only get 6 minutes.
All right. So I would like to start by saying thank you to the member states for the support you have given to WHO on sustainable financing. It has been, I know, particularly difficult for the member states of the PAHO region for various reasons, and I also understand that it's still an ongoing process before the final decision is actually made when the program budget 24-25 is adopted. We also understand that there's no such thing as free lunch, and there's been very clear expectations vis-a-vis WHO in terms of financial, budgetary governance, transparency, PRSEH, where you would like to see improvements. And in my presentation, I'm going to talk about that. So basically, what we have heard during the sustainable financing discussion, and since then, through the meetings of the Agile Member State Task Group, is that in terms of the budget, there are maybe, these are the 5 most important elements where you were hoping to see improvements. One was the prioritization process, and here this particular region was very strong, that you wanted a much more diligent and disciplined prioritization when it comes to the budget in WHO. We were planning to be able to spend more time on that, but we understand that maybe the regional committee, because its format is not the right format for that, because there's so many other agenda items. And as my friend Ronnie explained, we're going to have a follow-up session in October, I think 25th, where we're going to spend more time on the elements of the GPW extension and also on the prioritization of the region. You have also asked for more involvement by member states in the program budget development process, and I will show you that we will try to do that. But most importantly, and maybe this is new information, the chair of the PBAC has called a special informal session of the PBAC at the last week of November, where we're going to discuss mainly program budget related issues, including prioritization. So I think that in itself will also give additional opportunities to discuss. You had also asked for a better format to present the budget. You wanted a simpler, shorter, easier to understand document. At the same time, you ask for more details. It sounds a little bit impossible to do at the same time, but we have an idea, and then I will talk about that a little bit later. You also asked that we are showing efficiencies that you would like us to achieve and show you that we are using the resources to achieve the maximum results from the available resources. And lastly, you ask for more clarity on how the assessed contribution is going to be used, especially how the increase of the assessed contribution is going to be distributed and used. Just to, and I understand that I don't have time to go into these details, but I just would like to say that in the prioritization process, we have basically set it into or divided into three parts. We have come up with global priorities based on data and evidence. These are the areas where we need to ramp up the game, our work, in order to achieve the sustainable development goals, and these are the areas where the biggest gaps are, and where we think we can make a difference. We're going to discuss regional priorities later. That is coming from you, where you say what the regional priorities are in the regions, and of course we are, and my colleague Ronnie is conducting country prioritization, and then we are bringing the three elements together, and that will form the program budget 24-25. This is just to show you what the global priorities are, which are coming from the data analysis, but I'm not going to go into details because we will have a chance to discuss that later in October. There's also an important difference that we would like to make, because even if we've done prioritization before, it really didn't matter. There was no real consequences of that, because at the end of the day, we implement whatever is funded. And yesterday, when I was listening to your discussion on the review of the results report in PAHO, it was the same issues that we heard also globally, that some of the priority areas continue to be underfunded or unfunded, and then they're not going to be implemented. So with the sustainable financing as a possibility coming in, but also with your help, we would like to make a corporate commitment that those priorities that we agree on would be funded to a certain percentage. This, of course, depends that we manage to define a small number of priorities. If we end up with a priority for everything, then simply we just don't have enough flexible resources to be able to do that. So this is work in progress, but this is what we would like to offer, and this is what we would like to strive for. Talking about the program budget 24-25. First of all, we are coming with a request for no budget increase compared to the revised program budget 22-23. And this is a little bit also in connection with the request for more efficiency. So we hope to be able to work within the available means, make sure that we're implementing whatever we have, and we would like to further improve the efficiency of the use of resources. So the 22-23 program budget will remain at the same level as the revised, 24-25 program budget will remain at the same level as the revised 22-23. Having said that, we're still committed to continue to increase the share of the country offices within that budget. And in the proposed program budget, the share of country offices will reach 47.9%, so 48% of the total, which will be made available possible by reducing the share of headquarters. And we're still in negotiation with our regional director colleagues what will happen to the regional offices share. But definitely headquarters share will reduce and the country offices share will increase. And this is just to show you that under Dr. Tedros's term, when he became DG, this share was 39.3%. And now we're close to 50%. So I think there's a very clear improvement in this area. This is the overall budget, and there's not a lot of surprises here because it's basically the same as the revised 22-23 budget. But I just wanted to show you the share of the Americas region within this budget and how it improved from 2018-19 to 24-25. And you can see that basically from 190 million, it grew to almost 300 million in 2 or 3 biennia. So that again reflects our commitment to really concentrate on the regions and on the countries, and that's where the increases are going to be distributed in the future as well. Again, I'm not going to go into more details, but one of the issues was how the budget is going to be presented. And basically, our proposal is that we're coming up with a very short, hopefully nice document that will be easy to read. And then we come up with a digital annex on a website where if you want more details, you can then go in and in a sort of a funnel way, you can get more and more details about what's behind a short executive summary. And this is just one of the elements that we're working on, that we are really trying to bring together the scorecard, the prioritization exercise, financing, costing, and the indicators, which are of course also very important of the budget in a sort of an integrated way when we're looking at the numbers. And this is what Ronnie and others have already mentioned, that we are going to have as a next session, a deep dive session on prioritization with you member states, PAHO member states, on October 25th. The country level prioritization process is happening in October, November. And then we are going to have several sessions in both formal and informal in Geneva before the program budget document is finalized and submitted for the executive board for the first reading. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Imre. Appreciate that. Excellent overview. Now I'd like to open the floor to delegates for any comments or questions or like to say. I recognize Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank WHO for this report, an opportunity for a regional discussion, which reminds us that health is an investment rather than a cost. Further increasing investments at the country level to deliver on the GPW 13 is key to accelerating progress towards the achievement of the health-related sustainable development goals. During the working group on sustainable financing, member states, including Canada, emphasized how important it was to strengthen the process through which WHO's program budget is developed and costed, and the need for member states to better understand how country and regional level prioritization drives budget allocations. We appreciate that WHO has heeded these messages. The document's description of prioritization criteria is very useful. While the Americas region already has a strong prioritization process in place, defining components to be used across regions will improve consistency, understanding, and transparency. This is important to ensure results will be comparable and available for each region. Canada supports the plan to have member states identify which programmatic outputs will best serve their needs to achieve prioritized outcomes. A strong message from member states in the Working Group on Sustainable Financing was that not all outputs are of equal priority, and this needs to be considered when deciding how to invest WHO's resources. As part of this overall process, we are looking forward to understanding better how country and regional level priorities drive WHO's global normative agenda and overall work plan of headquarters. We are glad to see a continued commitment to funding accountability, compliance, and risk management, as these enabling functions protect the effectiveness of WHO's programmatic investments and integrity of the institution. It is crucial that these areas of work, alongside other aspects of strengthening governance, remain a priority at all three levels of the organization. We would be grateful for additional information on the plan to direct flexible funds to high priority outputs. Would this significantly differ from the current direction of flexible funds? And how would this be expected to impact the Secretariat's current practice of using flexible funds to cover outcomes that don't attract earmarked funding? In closing, we recognize the value of the approach outlined in this report to focus efforts in areas where the most progress can be made with the greatest potential for health gains. At the same time, we must keep equity at the heart of health and address the needs of the most vulnerable and marginalized, even if progress on this front is incremental. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Any other delegations wish to speak? This item, United States of America, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States reviewed this report, and we note with appreciation the presentation and the information provided here today. We would like to also say that we look forward to the consultation process in October and November, and we look forward to participating in that process and development of the program and budget, which will be presented to the WHO Executive Board. We'd like to stress with the discussions of an increase in assessed contributions. During that process, we would like it to be clear on where that possible increase could be applied. And we would welcome your views as well. If you could speak to certain ideas that you have about narrowing down the priorities that you mentioned in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Any other delegations wish to speak? Don't believe I see any flags. Okay, if you'd like to comment, Emre, on any of those two comments.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. So first, I would like to thank Canada for reminding us that health is an investment. And actually, I was asked by my colleagues from Resource Mobilization to remind you that WHO has done a new investment case where there's a new analysis which presents that investing in WHO provides a return of at least $35 for every US dollar invested in WHO. And I have, you can find it also on the internet, but I also have some memory sticks with me. So if anybody is interested, I can share that with you. Secondly, I just would like to reassure everyone that accountability, compliance, and including also the whole area of PRSEH will continue to be a focus for the next program budget, and we will make sure that the required resources are going to go there. And lastly, both Canada and the US ask how would we use the new SS contribution. To be quite honest with you, there's a huge opportunity now, because if I want to be very honest, the way we're using SS contribution currently is very much based on historic trends, because this is going to areas which have been underfunded for a long time, and they are funding the salaries of those staff who are working in those areas. But when we are talking about an increase, there we have a possibility to think a little bit out of the box. And I don't want to jump the gun, because there's still some discussions that need to be had in with our colleagues in headquarters. But one option would be to concentrate on a number of countries and basically try to use these investments in these countries. Definitely, there's a very strong commitment that the majority of that first increase, which is 200 million, if everything goes well in 24-25, should primarily go to strengthen country offices, and which elements of country offices, whether all country offices, and how to do that. I think there we will really need your guidance and advice, but we will come up with certain options and ideas, and then I think that's going to be an important discussion. But we don't have a very firm and ready plan yet. And we also have to see what are the priorities that are coming out from that whole prioritization exercise, and how can we bring together these two elements of strengthening country offices and at the same time making sure that the priorities are funded. Thank you.
Thank you for those additional comments. Madam Director, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me thank Imre for coming and engaging with us, albeit short time. I just want to reiterate the position of member states for that they require engagement in the prioritization process, in defining allocation mechanisms, and they wanted to be to ensure transparency. And for all of this, we recognize that as member states of this region, that you have to maintain a certain level of engagement with the WHO Secretariat, and just to affirm that PAHO Secretariat will facilitate further discussions on this budget with WHO and our member states. But engagement is the key, engagement and advocacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Director. Just to use my privilege as president to make a couple of additional comments, really to reflect what I think is a regional perspective on this. We have, of course, and Madam Director has made that point already this week about the importance of assessed contributions that all of us need to be providing in full and on time to PAHO. But there's also another assessed contribution issue, not the one about the agreement at the WHA this year that some have commented on. I think has already been addressed, this whole question of, as that change happens over the next 10 years, that obviously consideration about regional allocations will be as part of that. But I also want to, in that same vein, think about the Secretary, the WHO, the Secretary, the Geneva contribution to regional offices. And appreciate the chart that showed that there's an upward trend, and it looks significant on its own, but still represents 75% or less of what is supposed to be the allocation to this region. And I think we've made a point before of indicating that WHO Geneva should be providing its full allocation to AMRO. And we would like to see, as part of this ongoing conversation, thinking out of the box, that includes that kind of allocation or kind of commitment to continuing to increase. And then finally, one thing that hasn't really been mentioned, but I think is also going to be quite important, and that is the establishment of the Financial Intermediary Fund, and the reality that, along with the World Bank, the WHO will be an implementing agency. I took advantage for all of you to know of our executive board breakfast with Director General Tedros yesterday, to indicate that as an implementing agency, it would be very important in the context of the investment strategy for the FIF that all member states have an opportunity, whether they're on the FIF governing board or not, to make thoughtful contributions to that investment strategy, thinking out of the box, to use your word, Emery, as a way to ensure that the financial availability that is here and now can be used in a way that is going to be supporting in our region, among others, a better country focus, a better equity lens, I think it would be fair to say as well, that can be brought to that investment strategy. So as we think through and as you think through the work with the region, it would be important to keep that consideration in mind as well. So appreciate that very much. Okay, so these discussions will be noted in the final report. And on that basis, thank you again, and we'll move on to our next item. 4.7, strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. Document CSP 30/12. I invite Dr. Ciro Ugarte, Director of the Department of Health Emergencies at the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, and a very familiar face to us all, to come to the head table. Hi, Ciro. And our colleague from Suriname from the Executive Committee, if you could report on this item, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. The Executive Committee expressed support for the proposed strategy and acknowledged the benefit of genomic surveillance. The multi-sectorial One Health approach put forth in the strategy was also supported. Delegates considered the strategy would contribute to greater cooperation and synergy among countries, facilitate the detection of both existing and emerging pathogens, enable countries to better prepare for future health emergencies, and foster greater global health security. At the same time, it was considered important not to overlook opportunities to improve conventional and laboratory-based surveillance. The need to continue to prioritize genomic surveillance of influenza was stressed, as the influenza virus was considered the pathogen most likely to cause the next pandemic. It was pointed out that the strengthening existing capacity for surveillance of influenza and other pathogens during non-emergency situations would enhance overall preparedness for and capacity to respond to health emergencies and other security threats when they arose. Timely information sharing was also seen as key, and it was suggested that data sharing agreements should be prioritized as part of the proposed strategy. To ensure the sustainability of genomic surveillance initiative in the long term, it was considered important to promote collaboration among surveillance network and the sharing of protocols applicable to different pathogens. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 170.R5, recommending that the Pan American Sanitary Conference approve the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report on this item.
Many thanks, Suriname. Ciro, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Director, distinguished member states, delegates, colleagues. I'm glad to introduce the conference agenda item 4.7, strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. This strategy has been developed in close coordination and consultation with the member states. In recent years, new genomic sequencing and bioinformatic tools have allowed broader and timely application in rapid response to outbreaks and epidemics. Although PAHO has a long and rich history of regional cooperation in preparedness and response to health emergencies, the region of the Americas is at great risk for the emergence and re-emergence of pathogens with epidemic and pandemic potential, as has been demonstrated with the H1N1 pandemic in 2009, the chikungunya and Zika in 2015-2016,
yellow fever in 2016 to 2019, Chaparral virus hemorrhagic fever in 2019. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, a hallmark of genomic surveillance has been the repeated emergence of viral lineages associated with significant public health impact, the so-called variants of concern or variants of interest. Beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, the region of the Americas remains at great risk of emergence and reemergence of epidemic and pandemic-prone pathogens, either from importation or as zoonotic spillover from autochthonous sources. In March 2020, the Pan American Sanitary Bureau spearheaded the creation of the COVID-19 Genomic Surveillance Network of the Americas, called COVIGEN. Now, at least 30 countries and territories contribute to this regional network, and more than 452,000 full genome sequences from Latin America and the Caribbean were uploaded to the global system, GIS8. The 4 lines of action of the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response include the expansion and consolidation of a regional genomic surveillance network of public health, animal health, and environmental health laboratories. Strengthen technical capacity for genomic sequencing, including bioinformatics. Strengthen genomic data, reporting, and integration with public health systems, and build the capacity and define best practices for the use of genomic data in the response to outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics, including mechanisms for intersectoral coordination and integration among public health, animal health, and environmental health surveillance teams. The conference is invited to review the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and consider approving the proposed resolution presented in Annex A. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Cyril. So again, open to the floor for comments from delegations. Let's start with Costa Rica, followed by Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Costa Rica agradece al secretariado la presentación de la estrategia de vigilancia genómica regional para la preparación y respuesta a epidemias y pandemias. En el marco de esta estrategia, es indispensable el fortalecimiento de los mecanismos que permitan la sostenibilidad económica a este tipo de vigilancia. El papel de los organismos internacionales y de las instituciones nacionales en la consecución de fondos se vuelve fundamental, muy especialmente en aquellos momentos en el que el aumento súbito de casos hace que se requieran más reactivos, insumos y recurso humano del que disponen los sistemas de salud. En este mismo sentido, se debe velar por la continua capacitación y fortalecimiento de los centros nacionales de referencia para la adecuada gestión de las redes de vigilancia de estos eventos. Esto permitirá el fortalecimiento de sus capacidades para la comunicación oportuna de los datos genómicos a los tomadores de decisiones. Costa Rica coincide con la necesidad de la participación multidisciplinaria en la atención a nuevas pandemias o brotes donde intervengan instituciones relacionadas de medio ambiente, salud animal, salud humana e inocuidad de alimentos. En este sentido, se debe reforzar el papel de los centros nacionales de referencia para consolidar la información país a través de una coordinación fluida y oportuna con múltiples sectores. Este enfoque con mecanismos intersectoriales podría llevarse a nivel de país o a nivel regional, teniendo en cuenta la necesidad de recursos económicos y humanos en los centros nacionales de referencia, para que el aumento en la demanda de análisis de secuenciación no compita con los recursos limitados, ya que existiría una mayor demanda de insumos y reactivos. En relación con el texto, nos permitiremos proponer algunas incorporaciones en los párrafos 22, 27, 31 y 34, los cuales enviaremos por escrito al secretariado. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Costa Rica. This is a popular item. We have at least 15 members who want to speak on this. So Argentina, followed by Panama.
Gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina toma nota del documento y celebra esta iniciativa que entendemos responde a la realidad de varios países de la región de las Américas. Destacamos la importancia de gestionar con otras redes para generar la sostenibilidad de la iniciativa a largo plazo, así como compartir protocolos que son transversales a distintos patógenos. Asimismo, considerar la posibilidad de desarrollar estudios de vigilancia de toda la región con patógenos de interés regional. Por otro lado, nuestro país ha expresado en diversos foros la necesidad de implementar un marco normativo que contemple, además del intercambio de datos sobre secuencias genómicos y sus datos epidemiológicos y clínicos, la participación justa y equitativa en los beneficios derivados de la utilización de estas secuencias y el intercambio de patógenos de conformidad con las discusiones del Protocolo de Nagoya y el Convenio sobre Diversidad Biológica. Destacamos que para los países en desarrollo, la participación en los beneficios derivados de la utilización de dichos patógenos y sus secuencias genómicas implica la posibilidad de obtener mejores condiciones de acceso a nuevos tratamientos, pruebas diagnósticas y vacunas, tal como lo demuestra la experiencia del virus de influenza y el SARS-CoV-2. Asimismo, la Argentina participa de la red de vigilancia genómica de la COVID en la región de las Américas, así como de varias otras redes de vigilancia genómica con distintos modelos de transferencia de información, algunos incluso con mayor experiencia en el intercambio de datos de epidemiología genómica como patógenos de transmisión alimentaria. Finalmente, apoyamos la estrategia y sus 5 líneas de acción, en particular para ampliar, consolidar y fortalecer la vigilancia genómica para la preparación y respuesta ante pandemias y epidemias. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Argentina, Panama, followed by Paraguay.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Para Panamá, esta estrategia de vigilancia genómica es súper interesante, importante y ha demostrado ser necesaria. La utilidad e importancia de la vigilancia genómica quedó más que manifiesta durante los últimos 33 meses. En el 2007, Panamá comenzó con la vigilancia genómica de la resistencia al VIH y otros virus usando la metodología Sanger. Posteriormente, en el 2017, continuamos la vigilancia de arbovirus y virus respiratorios y virus de transmisión sexual usando secuenciación de segunda generación. La experiencia previa adquirida ha sido de apoyo para la implementación de la vigilancia genómica del SARS-CoV-2 del 2020 y así hemos podido dar seguimiento a las variantes que iban apareciendo a nivel mundial. En el 2021, Panamá fue seleccionado por la OPS como uno de los 8 laboratorios de referencia para la vigilancia genómica del SARS-CoV-2 en la región de las Américas, bajo la iniciativa COVIGEN. Esto nos permitió ayudar a nuestros hermanos de América Central, el Caribe y América del Sur en la secuenciación de los coronavirus circulantes en sus países. Gracias al apoyo de Secomisca, de CDC y OPS, se nos dotó de equipos reactivos y de capacitación en secuenciación y análisis bioinformático a varios países. Hasta el presente, Panamá ha generado más de 6.000 secuencias de SARS-CoV-2 y continúa con la vigilancia genómica de arbovirus, viruela símica y otros virus respiratorios. Además, con proyectos de investigación internacionales, se diseñó un estudio multicéntrico para la determinación de virus emergentes desde Brasil hasta Panamá, con un abordaje integral bajo el concepto de una salud. En este sentido, la vigilancia de febriles humanos y de animales enfermos o muertos en las áreas de paso de los migrantes se ha vuelto una prioridad. Usando PCR múltiple rápida y secuenciación, podemos detectar tantos nuevos como conocidos agentes infecciosos que vayan apareciendo. Con el apoyo de la Agencia Japonesa de Cooperación Internacional JICA hemos descentralizado la vigilancia genómica en el país. Actualmente, fuera de la ciudad capital, y tenemos 3 centros de vigilancia genómica. Una en la provincia de Darién, en la frontera con Colombia, otra en la provincia de Chiriquí, frontera con Costa Rica, y también, por supuesto, en el centro del país, directamente en la central del Instituto Conmemorativo Gorga. Pero además también hemos construido otras sucursales en el centro del país, en el área de divisa, en lo que sería la región de Azuero. Finalmente, Panamá participó el 12 y 13 de septiembre pasado en Costa Rica en la reunión de coordinación y planificación, vigilancia genómica de SARS-CoV-2 del proyecto Salud Global. El objetivo de la reunión con Secomisca, CDC y la OPS fue precisamente evaluar los resultados regionales de la vigilancia del SARS-CoV-2 y las estrategias para ampliar los esfuerzos para la vigilancia genómica de otros patógenos hacia el futuro. Definitivamente, que en base a las acciones realizadas como país,
Panama, please wrap
Panamá
up.
apoya la estrategia de vigilancia genómica regional para la preparación y respuesta a epidemias y pandemias de esta estrategia. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Pama. Just a reminder to all delegations, you have 3 minutes. I try to give a bit of leniency, but if everybody pushes it, then we're here until midnight. So please try to keep your comments as brief as possible within the 3-minute time frame. Thank you. Paraguay, followed by Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente. Mi delegación agradece la presentación de la estrategia que contiene 4 líneas de acción claras y bien definidas, las cuales abarcarán un periodo de 6 años comprendido entre el 2022 y el 2028, y cuyos criterios y elementos señalados en el documento son coincidentes con las implementadas en mi país. Paraguay considera de suma relevancia valorar las lecciones que nos va dejando esta pandemia, las cuales deben ser transformadas en acciones que conduzcan a una mejor preparación y respuesta de los sistemas nacionales de salud para futuros eventos de importancia internacional y nacional. En mi país, dicha estrategia contribuirá inicialmente a la ejecución de la ampliación de la capacidad técnica de secuenciación en puntos estratégicos. En ese sentido, en un esfuerzo por descentralizar la vigilancia genómica, se encuentra en marcha actualmente un plan piloto en una ciudad fronteriza. Por otra parte, mi delegación celebra que en el año 2020 se haya creado la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19 como un mecanismo para fortalecer la capacidad de secuenciación de los laboratorios participantes y para estimular a los países a implementar la vigilancia genómica de rutina. Este tipo de iniciativas propició que Paraguay obtenga un crecimiento exponencial debido a la fuerte inversión realizada para la conformación de más de 20 laboratorios de biología molecular como parte de la red de laboratorios que apoya la vigilancia genómica, renovando de esa manera el compromiso de mi país de seguir trabajando por la salud pública. Conscientes de la necesidad de crear sostenibilidad para este tipo de vigilancia y buscando fortalecer la capacidad básica de laboratorios recomendada por las disposiciones del Reglamento Sanitario Internacional. Mi país apunta a ir generando capacidades de vigilancia genómica para otros agentes patógenos con potencial pandémico y epidémico, a través de una planificación en la que se establezcan grupos de trabajo multisectoriales conformados por laboratorios de salud pública, sanidad animal y salud ambiental, que facilitarán la detección temprana y el seguimiento de agentes patógenos existentes y emergentes, razón por la cual apoyamos la aprobación de esta estrategia. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Paraguay. It'll be now Ecuador, followed by United States.
Gracias, señor presidente. El Ecuador agradece la propuesta presentada para la aprobación de la Estrategia de Vigilancia Genómica Regional para la preparación y respuesta a epidemias y pandemias y expresa su apoyo al proyecto de resolución. En este proyecto es propicio mencionar la necesidad de fortalecer la capacidad técnica para la secuenciación genómica y asegurar su sostenibilidad en los periodos entre brotes y epidemias mediante la inversión y el financiamiento de la infraestructura e instalaciones, los equipos, los insumos y la capacitación y actualización periódica del personal técnico. ante lo cual es preciso contar con cooperación técnica a los Estados miembros, propiciando el intercambio de experiencias, la expansión de redes de laboratorios en la región y la cooperación sur-sur. Considero propicio mencionar que el Ecuador actualmente cuenta con el Centro de Referencia Nacional de Genómica, Secuenciación y Bioinformática, y el país cuenta también con la infraestructura física para responder a eventos de vigilancia genómica de agentes patógenos, virus, parásitos y bacterias, y con profesionales y técnicos especializados en secuenciación y bioinformática. Para el 2023 hemos planeado iniciar genotipificación de pacientes con resistencia a los antirretrovirales, análisis de metagenómicas asociadas a factores de desnutrición infantil y enfermedades no transmisibles. Sin embargo, contar con la cooperación técnica de la organización y la participación activa en las redes de laboratorios permite fortalecer la gestión en vigilancia genómica. Finalmente, señor presidente, ratifico nuestro compromiso con la Estrategia Regional de Vigilancia Genómica y hago un llamado a todos y a todas y a cada uno de los Estados miembros a trabajar en conjunto en pro de la salud pública y de la respuesta a brotes de enfermedades y epidemias.
Gracias, Ecuador. United States, followed by Bahamas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States shares our thanks to the Pan American Health Organization for the report detailing the strategy on regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response, and of course, for the coinciding resolution. We greatly welcome this timely strategy and wish to highlight the commitment and work on genomic surveillance in the Americas region by the PAHO leadership and its staff. The global attention on epidemic and pandemic preparedness must remain a priority for us all. And with this in mind, we support the 4 lines of action as detailed in the strategy on expanding and strengthening a regional genomic surveillance network and strengthening genomics sequencing capacities, all with outbreak and response in mind. We want to emphasize, of course, the importance of building off of influenza and SARS genomic surveillance activities to strengthen overall cross-cutting capacities. This will allow us to improve and support broader global preparedness and response capacities to and which are linked to health security threats. The United States looks forward to continue working together as a region on this key issue. Thank you very much.
Thanks, US. Bahamas, followed by Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. President. The relatively recent advent of DNA sequencing technology has heralded new possibilities in infectious disease monitoring and containment. Tracking of viral evolution enables predictive action, retroactive public health analysis, and targeted pharmacological and vaccine intervention. Being a small island developing state, the Bahamas has challenges with technology transfer and implementation. This is mostly related to considerations around cost and cost effectiveness. However, currently the Ministry of Health and Wellness National Reference Lab is being supported by PAHO to implement next generation sequencing in country. This platform will initially support COVID-19 genomic surveillance, but is intended to form the basis for the broader national pathogen genomic surveillance framework, including HIV, influenza, and other pathogen species. NRL staff were trained in the procedures and analysis related to genomic surveillance in 2022, and we are aiming to implement in-country genomic surveillance for respiratory diseases starting in 2023. In the context of globalization, rapid travel, and potential spread of pathogens throughout the world, small island developing states like the Bahamas must use their scarce resources to implement smart public health policy. In this regard, genomic surveillance is an important strategy in our archipelagic context, offering retrospective analysis and even more promising, the potential for real-time analysis of pathogen evolution and transmission within our territory. This, of course, supports creation of data-informed health policy and enables rapid public health interventions, limiting epidemic spread, thereby saving lives. Mr. President, the Bahamas supports the resolution contained in document CSP 3012E, expressing gratitude to PAHO for its ongoing support. We await the proposed governance modalities and look forward to strengthened supply chains for equipment, reagents, and other laboratory products with strategic procurement and distribution of supplies. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. Suriname, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. President. The use of shared information on genetic sequencing of emerging and re-emerging pathogens of public health concern are of relevance to Suriname, as this contributes to the development of information to facilitate the management of epidemics and the development of health technologies, for example, vaccines for the prevention and control. The 4 strategic lines of action will therefore provide an important guidance for the country regarding its role and responsibility in collaborating with the global public health environment. For Suriname, it is especially important to enable sequencing in the country itself, as sample shipment out of country has proven to be very difficult, if not impossible, taking into account the necessary biosafety regulations for sample shipment of infectious biological material. The Central Laboratory is a designated National Influenza Center, and efforts are being made to strengthen and improve surveillance for respiratory pathogens. With the implementation of genomic surveillance in Suriname, the Central Laboratory can timely monitor and analyze the genetic similarities and differences of pathogens and respond effectively to catastrophic outbreaks with adverse consequences that we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. When funding is generated, we need to consider the purchase of a sequencer, as well as other laboratory equipment and supplies. Apart from aforementioned, human resources and training are requirements. Mr. President, therefore Suriname supports the approval of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamaica, followed by Honduras.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are grateful for this opportunity to provide our input to the item under discussion. Jamaica wishes to commend the Pan American Health Organization Secretariat for proposing such a timely and comprehensive regional strategy to address epidemic and pandemic genome sequence, surveillance, preparedness, and response. Through the support of PAHO and other partners, Jamaica now has the ability to perform in-country genome sequencing and has an improved and integrated respiratory surveillance data management platform. We wish to publicly register our appreciation for this timely support. At this critical juncture, Jamaica wishes to solicit PAHO's continued assistance towards further capacity building. Technical support in areas such as bioinformatics and metadata management would also be appreciated. In addition, Jamaica requests that while proceeding forward in the context of regional cooperation within the COVID-GENO network, and as part of the proposed strategic planning, that there be the inclusion of more specialists for all regions, including the English-speaking territories, to complement the representatives from other regions currently represented within the network. In conclusion, Jamaica fully endorses the resolution tabled in support of this agenda item. Thank you.
Many thanks. Honduras and then Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Honduras está de acuerdo con el documento Estrategia de Vigilancia Genómica Regional para la Preparación y Respuesta a Pandemias y Epidemias. En vista de la situación actual de salud a nivel mundial y principalmente en nuestro país, es necesaria la aplicación de esta estrategia para fortalecer el Laboratorio Nacional de Salud Pública. Esta estrategia fomentará un enfoque intersectorial e integrado para el diagnóstico, la prevención, la respuesta y el control de agentes patógenos existentes y emergentes con potencial epidémico y pandémico, ya que los datos genómicos deben notificarse de manera oportuna a través de repositorios de secuencia validados. Se debe considerar la difusión de los acuerdos de acceso internacional y participación de los beneficios, como también la capacitación conexa. Los metadatos sobre la información demográfica, epidemiológica y clínica de los pacientes cuyas muestras se hayan recogido deben ser un componente integral de la notificación, ya que esta información proporciona el contexto de los datos genómicos. Estos datos deben aprovecharse plenamente a través de métodos filodinámicos avanzados para comprender la evolución, la diversidad, los patrones de transmisión y el impacto clínico y epidemiológico de los agentes patógenos emergentes, al tiempo que se protege la confidencialidad con arreglo a las normas nacionales e internacionales. Por lo anterior, solicitamos a la Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana, tomando en cuenta las necesidades de apoyo de todos los Estados miembros, con énfasis en los países más vulnerables. Sobre la resolución propuesta, Honduras no tiene ninguna objeción. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias. Chile, followed by Bolivia.
Señor presidente, Chile es un país que ha preparado y aumentado sus capacidades para la vigilancia genómica. Desde el comienzo de la pandemia, desarrolló e implementó una vigilancia genómica que permitió caracterizar los primeros casos en Chile y además capacitó a países de la región en la secuenciación genómica y análisis bioinformático de SARS-CoV-2. Esta vigilancia permitió detectar precozmente en el país los primeros casos de las variantes de preocupación, de interés y los actuales linajes de la variante Omicron, bajo seguimiento. Chile, a través del proyecto de vigilancia genómica del SARS-CoV-2, iniciado en abril del año 2021, estableció los lineamientos para el desarrollo de este componente del enfrentamiento de la pandemia, con los objetivos de identificar precozmente la introducción de nuevas variantes, determinar la propagación geográfica y temporal de variantes emergentes, estimar el potencial impacto de nuevas variantes en la enfermedad y conocer la prevalencia de las variantes. Chile ha avanzado en coordinación con nuestro laboratorio de referencia a ser uno de los países que más genomas completos de SARS-CoV-2 ha compartido, mostrando la evolución de los linajes disponibles en GSAID. Se han aumentado las capacidades de la vigilancia genómica de SARS-CoV-2 desde mediados del año 2021 a través del fortalecimiento de las capacidades en el laboratorio de referencia y la colaboración con instituciones académicas, públicas y privadas. Además, se agregó valor a la información de los casos secuenciados. Aportamos con datos epidemiológicos para caracterizar los casos de las variantes circulantes, verificando periódicamente los indicadores de gravedad para la detección de cambios asociados a las variantes presentes y aportando con información para las estimaciones de efectividad de las vacunas de SARS-CoV-2 según las olas pandémicas. Seguimos avanzando en materia de gobernanza y liderazgo en vigilancia genómica entre el Instituto de Salud Pública de Chile y nuestro ministerio, como también en los análisis de los datos epidemiológicos que permiten conocer el impacto de las diferentes olas pandémicas de COVID-19 y otras epidemias como la influenza y viruela símica. Finalmente, señalar que Chile apoya la resolución y concuerda con lo indicado en esta. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias. Bolivia, then UK.
Buenas tardes, presidente. Agradecemos, aceptamos y comprendemos la importancia de la estrategia propuesta. Uno de los retos más grandes para la humanidad ha sido sin lugar a duda la aparición y propagación de la pandemia por COVID-19. En este marco, y a través del tiempo se han generado varias mutaciones del virus. En tal consecuencia, se convierte en un desafío la generación de información actualizada respecto a las medidas de contención en el mundo entero. En Bolivia, a partir de la aparición del primer caso positivo de COVID-19 en marzo de 2020, la información respecto a las mutaciones y variaciones genéticas se ha convertido en un asunto de preocupación y de interés del gobierno. A finales de la gestión 2020, una vez establecido el gobierno democráticamente electo, se han retomado los nexos de comunicación con países de la región, como Argentina y Brasil, que han colaborado en generar información acerca del comportamiento del coronavirus en nuestro territorio. Lastimosamente, los datos llegaban con demora en el entendido que cada país, como es lógico, inclinaba fundamentalmente su diagnóstico y su esfuerzo a aquello que estaba sucediendo en su propio territorio. En ese contexto, en el mes de septiembre de 2022, después de un largo esfuerzo del gobierno nacional, se emitió el primer informe de secuenciación de SARS-CoV-2 realizado en Bolivia, en el Instituto Nacional de Laboratorios de Salud, INLAS, el mismo que contó con la validación en cuanto a su control de calidad externa. Se tiene identificado en el país mediante el INLASA como laboratorio de secuenciación interna reconocido en la red Covigen de la región de las Américas, perteneciente a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. Se tiene prevista la realización también de la secuenciación genómica de agentes patógenos humanos y zoonóticos que son objeto de estudio en nuestro país por el cambio climático y los asentamientos humanos en zonas selváticas, especialmente en el espacio amazónico, donde está latente la amenaza de un brote, epidemia o pandemia, para de esa manera ejercer una vigilancia epidemiológica oportuna y eficiente a través de técnicas de laboratorio como la secuenciación genómica, además de fortalecer la notificación de datos genómicos y bioinformáticos para su integración y coordinación de equipos de vigilancia de la salud pública para la generación de información oportuna, toma de decisiones y generación de políticas públicas. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Gracias. UK followed by Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UK welcomes the prompt development of this strategy and your report and the resolution. Delivering integrated surveillance systems that operate at all levels, global, regional, national, and local, are essential as we strengthen the global health security architecture. We particularly welcome the acknowledgement of the importance of One Health, as Panama and others have spoken on. 60% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonoses transmitting from animals to humans. Ensuring that surveillance embeds a One Health approach across all sectors, human, animal, environmental, is especially important. We are very grateful for all the different examples of what different member states have been saying today. And as the Bahamas said, actually, with small island states, it is really, really important, as in larger countries. It's vital that we can build surveillance everywhere, and we're grateful for the role that PAHO is playing. Integrating regional mechanisms into global systems will also be important. In this context, we hope that countries in the region will support the development of the international pathogen surveillance networks. Experts from the region have been involved in development of the IPSN conceptual approach. Led by WHO, the focus is now moving to easily tangible deliverables, notably a community of practice on data, to work on delivering an increase in the quality and consistency of data, the effectiveness of its use, and the willingness to share, as well as a country accelerator to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of country capacity building efforts. Embedded within the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence, we believe the IPSN has the potential to become a global network, bringing together pathogen genomic actors to improve public health decision-making. And we can see how the brilliant work of this region can then complement brilliant work in other regions together. It will be essential to ensure, therefore, the implementation of the regional strategy aligns with that global initiative, such as the IPSN. I very much have confidence that already is the case, but look forward to hearing more on that joint work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Canada and then Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. The critical role of genomic surveillance in strong epidemic and pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response efforts cannot be understated, and Canada recognizes the need for robust global, regional, and local capabilities to test, sequence, analyze, and act on evolving pathogens. This has only been further underscored during the pandemic, where genomic surveillance has been instrumental in timely identification of virus variants with important public health consequences. This pandemic has also demonstrated the importance of genomic surveillance in the development of new vaccines and therapeutics. As such, Canada strongly supports PAHO's efforts to facilitate the consolidation of regional advances in genomic surveillance achieved to date and extend them within the general framework for preparedness and response to other emerging and existing pathogens with epidemic and pandemic potential. Further, we support a multi-sectoral One Health approach to integrate disease prevention, detection, surveillance, and response. The work proposed as part of the strategy aligns with efforts planned or already underway in Canada and creates opportunities for synergy of action and avoidance of divergent, siloed national solutions, especially relating to data sharing. In this regard, Canada believes that data sharing agreements should be prioritized as part of the strategy, with a provision in those agreements to respect and recognize the originator of data shared between partners to ensure rapid sharing of data without administrative delays to establish case-by-case agreements. We also strongly agree with the importance of sustainability outlined in the strategy, noting that it will be critical to consider how core capacity is maintained and strengthened during non-emergency situations that can then be leveraged in the event of a public health emergency. Canada applauds the Secretariat for their efforts in this critical area and is committed to support partners' adoption of genomics within their own public health environment in ways that establish a network approach for effective surveillance. This strategy will undoubtedly build a pathway for more prepared and resilient health systems and thus better health outcomes for the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Brazil, then Dominican Republic.
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente. O Brasil gostaria de agradecer a apresentação do diretor de emergências em saúde, Dr. Ciro Garte, e também manifestar nosso apoio à estratégia de vigilância genômica regional para a preparação e resposta a epidemias e pandemias, bem como ao projeto de resolução 170.R5. Indicamos em especial a sua importância no contexto atual, por meio das ações propostas para fortalecer a capacidade técnica de sequenciamento genômico e de assegurar sua sustentabilidade futura em emergências de saúde. A pandemia de Covid-19 evidenciou que os sistemas nacionais de saúde são a base de prontidão e resposta a emergências sanitárias públicas. Daí a necessidade de torná-los mais robustos, responsivos, universais, equitativos e integrais. Por meio da nossa Rede Nacional de Vigilância, Alerta e Resposta às Emergências em Saúde Pública no âmbito do SUS, o Ministério da Saúde investiu cerca de 1,5 bilhão de reais para o fortalecimento e a modernização das capacidades de vigilância e resposta em saúde do país, o que incluiu a ampliação e a qualificação de laboratórios centrais de saúde pública e toda a rede de vigilância laboratorial, como os laboratórios de fronteiras, fortalecendo os serviços de detecção, investigação de surtos, estudos de prevalência de vírus, monitoramento, ampliando a capacidade de sequenciamento genético do Brasil. Além disso, reforçando a importância da vigilância genômica no Brasil, o Ministério da Saúde, em parceria com a OPAS, pôde garantir que os esforços de sequenciamento genético de SARS-CoV-2 fossem mantidos e ampliados por meio da aquisição de insumos de sequenciamento genético, além da expansão para o sequenciamento de arboviroses e metagenômica. Esse esforço vem em apoio às atividades de vigilância genômica da Covid-19 no Brasil e preparam o país para futuros surtos, epidemias e pandemias, reduzindo as consequências geradas pela ação de patógenos. A expansão da Rede Nacional de Sequenciamento Genético tem como objetivo suprir as lacunas deixadas pelas atuais ferramentas disponíveis na vigilância em saúde, que são voltadas para o diagnóstico e não para a caracterização das mudanças genéticas das amostras, o que permite entender, esclarecer e encerrar casos mais complexos. O Brasil se compromete com o aprimoramento das capacidades nacionais de vigilância laboratorial e endossa o papel da OPAS em difundir o conhecimento necessário nos campos da biologia e bioinformática, com vistas a promover uma rede genômica e também profissionais de saúde qualificados para o enfrentamento de futuras emergências em saúde. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado. Dominican Republic, then Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En cuanto a la estrategia de vigilancia genómica, gracias a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, la República Dominicana ha experimentado grandes avances en la materia, sobre todo cuando hablamos del COVID-19. Pero igualmente compartimos la necesidad de ampliar y consolidar la red de COVID-Gen como un sistema integral para hacer frente a otros agentes patógenos emergentes más allá del SARS-CoV-2. Sobre todo, orientarnos también a otros virus endémicos como son el dengue y otras arbovirosis, y también en temas de resistencia a medicamentos de otros agentes infecciosos como tuberculosis y malaria, revisando y ampliando constantemente la gama de agentes patógenos que pueden detectarse y caracterizarse potencialmente mediante las técnicas genómicas. Es preciso establecer y reforzar vínculos con otras redes existentes de la vigilancia genómica y eventos agudos de salud, a fin de aprovechar toda experiencia de laboratorio y vigilancia en las redes existentes y centradas en enfermedades específicas tanto a nivel mundial como regional. Además de que debe existir el compromiso de garantizar la calidad de los laboratorios en normas de bioseguridad, como la de un compromiso compartido y prioritario con actividades coordinadas a una escala regional. Debemos igualmente velar por la notificación oportuna de los datos genómicos a través de los repositorios de secuencias validados. Es evidente que estas recomendaciones implican mecanismos de coordinación y seguimiento para minimizar el tiempo entre la obtención de las muestras, el transporte, la secuenciación y el intercambio de datos, así como denota la necesidad de mantener el apoyo continuo a los países de la región en la capacitación continua del personal y la actualización de los protocolos de vigilancia, que aseguren obtener una visión ampliada e integral del perfil epidemiológico de los países y así producir información que apoye a una respuesta epidemiológica acertada en el control de brotes y epidemias. Por tanto, la República Dominicana está totalmente de acuerdo con esta resolución. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. We now have just 3 more, Cuba, then Venezuela, and then France.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La vigilancia genómica es una herramienta de amplio uso en la actualidad. Permite identificar rápidamente patógenos emergentes o reemergentes. La pandemia por COVID-19 demostró que los sistemas de salud necesitan la vigilancia genómica para detectar y abordar rápidamente los riesgos. Cuba la realiza desde el año 2009, fundamentalmente dirigida a los estudios de vigilancia de subtipos de VIH y de la resistencia antirretroviral, mediante estudios de secuenciación genómica. También se han realizado otros estudios de secuenciación para detención y vigilancia de otros agentes infecciosos, pero en menor medida como influenza, dengue, Zika. A partir de la detención de los primeros casos de COVID-19, el país decidió establecer la vigilancia genómica para identificar las variantes del SARS-CoV-2, todas las circulantes en el territorio. Hasta el presente se han estudiado casi 2.000 muestras correspondientes a 18 variantes. Sin embargo, existe la limitante que hasta el presente solo podemos realizar secuenciaciones parciales del genoma por limitaciones en la tecnología instalada. Recientemente se adquirió un secuenciador de nueva generación, NGS, que sin duda permitirá ampliar la capacidad de secuenciación en nuestro país. Esto implica nuevos retos, capacitar al personal en su uso, análisis filogenéticos y de bioinformática, así como mantener insumos y reactivos que garanticen la continuidad del trabajo. La estrategia de vigilancia genómica que se propone constituye una posibilidad de integración entre los países para aprovechar las capacidades existentes, abordar los obstáculos y fortalecer el uso de estas herramientas en todo el mundo. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Venezuela.
Buenas tardes. Gracias, señor presidente. Venezuela apoya la resolución toda vez que concuerda con la misión y visión que tenemos nosotros como país en los componentes que están planteados en el documento. En el país contamos con dos instituciones, el Instituto Venezolano de Investigaciones Científicas y el Instituto Nacional de Higiene, que cuentan con la plataforma de secuenciación masiva para la vigilancia genómica. Sin embargo, han tenido problemas y limitaciones en cuanto a reactivos y a consumibles, para lo cual se han diseñado planes en cooperación técnica con OPS para solventar esta situación. El país hace esfuerzos por la notificación de datos genómicos, incluido la vinculación con los datos sobre los casos y su integración al sistema de vigilancia en salud pública. Ambas instituciones realizan la notificación a través de la plataforma electrónica GISAI de los datos. Sin embargo, hace falta ampliar la capacidad de procesamiento de muestras, la coordinación e integración intersectoriales con los equipos de vigilancia de salud pública, de salud animal y de salud ambiental. En estos momentos se están llevando coordinaciones para coordinar esos esfuerzos. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. France and Dominica has asked for the floor as well. So France first, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La France prend note du rapport présenté et en partage les principaux constats et les principales conclusions. La France soutient activement cette stratégie de surveillance génomique, essentielle pour la région des Amériques, mais aussi pour le monde dans son ensemble. La France collabore notamment à cet effort à travers le réseau des Instituts Pasteur. Et si l'Institut Pasteur de Guyane est mentionné dans le document parmi les partenaires clés, la France souhaite aussi également rappeler que dans la région des Amériques, elle a travaillé activement avec ses partenaires de l'Institut Pasteur de Montevideo, où elle a financé dès 2019-2020 un important programme de surveillance génomique et épidémiologique. Ce projet, essentiellement pensé au départ autour des épidémies connues de la région, Zika, fièvre jaune, chikungunya et dengue, a aussi, dès 2020, été l'un des principaux centres d'analyse génomique de la région pour le SARS-CoV-2, jouant un rôle essentiel dans le suivi des variants de la sous-région. La France soutient par ailleurs le projet de résolution. Merci.
Merci, La France. Dominica, by the way, Dominica coming in this late means, Madam Director, I won't be able to turn to you for your comments, just so you know. Kidding.
Mr. President, Dominica supports the resolution for regional genomic surveillance for epidemic and pandemic preparedness and response. We fully recognize the significance of genomic sequencing, which is of utmost importance for effective surveillance. We also appreciate the efforts for improving in-country as well as regional capacity and the continued sharing of data and reporting in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Director, you get a chance. So Ciro, basically the entire region has views, and over to you to summarize your comments and response.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the 20 member states that provided comments. And particularly, there are areas where the strategy has emphasized, and you also mentioned, the sustainability and the cost effectiveness, and the collaboration among member states is crucial for us. And regarding the exchange and the relation with the global strategy, I would like to emphasize that we do have a close collaboration with them, but we began this process before the global level. And actually, COVIGEN was established early in the process of COVID-19, and the benefits are for COVID-19 and beyond. And in that regards, we would like to thank from the Secretariat's perspective to Argentina, Brazil, Canada, the United States, Mexico, Panama, and other countries that not only provided the venues for training, but also they share their experience, their experts, and we continue building on those capacities. And those capacities that existed in the region now are in a way that we can exchange the information. We can also implement the surveillance at the regional level and providing also the world with new information, key information for this emergency and new emergencies. And also to emphasize this link with One Health. Human, animal, environmental surveillance is crucial for us. And building the capacity of the countries, particularly on the sequencing in country capacity is one of the biggest progress in any region in the world. We do have more than 30 countries that do have that capacity in our region. And the benefits of sharing that information is part of the continuous collaboration that we had at the global level. And clearly this impact has a big impact on the security and safety of our region. In that regards, I would like also to provide a comment on the suggestion of Costa Rica. Costa Rica, sus comentarios sobre el contenido de la estrategia son muy bienvenidos y creo que pueden ser muy bien implementados o considerados en la implementación del proyecto. Entiendo que no hay sugerencias de cambios en el contenido de la resolución. Y esta estrategia es un documento que es vivo y en la medida que se va implementando se pueden ir haciendo los ajustes necesarios. Todos esos comentarios están en línea en el trabajo y los comentarios de todos los demás países. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thanks, Cyril. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take the floor mainly to compliment our member states. We have capacity or access to genomic surveillance in all of the countries of this region. And I really do want to express our thanks to Canada, to the US government, both through the Congress allocation plus CDC, Wellcome Trust, Germany and France through WHO, and the Rockefeller Foundation, among others. It is all well and good to have genomic surveillance. If we don't test, then we don't have surveillance. And what we are seeing that less countries are testing in connection with COVID-19. So if you have surveillance, you need to test, and we need to have timely reporting and exchange of data, and certainly within the whole concept of enhancing preparedness and response. Let me thank member states for their interest and commitment to this. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Madam Director. I'm excited, actually. I was trying to imagine this conversation pre-pandemic, and I'm not sure it would have been as comprehensive or as lively or as many member states committing themselves in this area. I mean, the whole connection between national, regional, and global surveillance is so critical. And in particular, it's not just that connection, but it's the integration between the national, regional, and global levels, the integration of information sharing, and transparency, which will be so crucial to the success of our regional, not our global, not just regional community being successful. And I was also appreciative of the very, very many delegations that refer to One Health and how we had to think about it from a One Health perspective. This is increasingly important as well. So we have a resolution, I think, as colleagues know, and I'm going to ask the rapporteur to read the significant resolution that we have on this matter.
Gracias, señor presidente. Proyecto de resolución. Estrategia de vigilancia genómica regional para la preparación y respuesta a epidemias y pandemias. La 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana, párrafo preambular 1. Habiendo examinado la estrategia de vigilancia genómica regional para la preparación y respuesta a epidemias y pandemias, documento CSP 30/12, Párrafo preambular 2. Considerando el impacto socioeconómico de la pandemia de COVID-19 en la región de las Américas, así como las epidemias anteriores vinculado a las inequidades socioeconómicas, párrafo preambular 3, considerando que en la región de las Américas hay un gran riesgo de que aparezcan y reaparezcan agentes patógenos con potencial epidémico y pandémico debido a su diversidad ecológica, al aumento de la urbanización y a otros cambios en los asentamientos humanos y el intenso movimiento de las personas. Párrafo preambular 4. Reconociendo la necesidad de mejorar los enfoques multidisciplinarios e intersectoriales en la preparación y respuesta a los agentes patógenos con potencial epidémico y pandémico, incluso en la interfaz entre los seres humanos, los animales y el medio ambiente. Párrafo preambular 5. Reconociendo la contribución clave de la vigilancia genómica en la respuesta a la pandemia de COVID-19 y el papel que probablemente desempeñará en futuras emergencias de salud, resuelve. Párrafo operacional 1. Aprobar la Estrategia de Vigilancia Genómica Regional para la preparación y respuesta a epidemias y pandemias, documento CSP 30/12. Párrafo operacional 2. Instar a todos los Estados miembros, teniendo en cuenta su contexto, necesidades, vulnerabilidades y prioridades, a que: inciso A. Contribuyan a la ampliación y consolidación de una red regional de vigilancia genómica integrada por laboratorios de salud pública, sanidad animal y salud ambiental para la detección temprana y el seguimiento de agentes patógenos existentes y emergentes de posible importancia para la salud pública, incluso en la interfaz entre los seres humanos, los animales y el medio ambiente, así como el establecimiento de redes nacionales cuando corresponda. Inciso B. Fortalezcan la capacidad técnica para la secuenciación genómica, incluida la relacionada con la bioinformática, y aseguren su sostenibilidad en el periodo entre brotes y epidemias mediante la intervención y el financiamiento de la infraestructura e instalaciones, los equipos, los insumos y el personal. Inciso C. Aseguren la notificación oportuna de los datos genómicos a través de repositorios de secuencias validadas y su integración con los sistemas de salud pública, lo que incluye el fortalecimiento de la comunicación y la integración de la información entre los laboratorios nacionales de salud pública, sanidad animal, vida silvestre y salud ambiental. Inciso D. Fortalezcan la capacidad y participación en la definición de las mejores prácticas para el uso de datos genómicos en la respuesta a brotes, epidemias y pandemias, incluidos mecanismos de coordinación e integración intersectoriales entre los equipos de vigilancia en salud pública, sanidad animal y salud ambiental. Párrafo operacional 3. Solicitar a la directora que, inciso A, proporcione cooperación técnica a los Estados miembros para fortalecer las capacidades técnicas y de gestión que contribuyan a la aplicación de la estrategia y el logro de sus líneas de acción. Inciso B. Proponga modalidades de gobernanza para una red regional de vigilancia genómica para la preparación y respuesta a epidemias y pandemias, incluida la función que debe desempeñar la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana en su calidad de secretaría. Inciso C. Brinde apoyo a la planificación, el establecimiento y el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de suministro de equipos, reactivos y otros productos de laboratorio en los periodos entre epidemias, incluso las compras estratégicas y la distribución de insumos durante las fases iniciales de la estrategia y durante las emergencias de salud. Inciso D. Inste a la comunidad internacional de donantes a que aumente su ayuda financiera para fortalecer los programas nacionales de prevención, mitigación y preparación para emergencias de salud, lo que aumentará la resiliencia de los sectores de la salud. Inciso E. informe periódicamente a los cuerpos directivos de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud sobre el progreso realizado y los retos enfrentados en la aplicación de esta estrategia por medio de un informe de mitad de periodo en el 2026 y un informe final en el 2029. Es todo en relación a este proyecto de resolución. Gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Madame Rapporteur. Señorita, I should say. And like just to see if everyone agrees. Maybe we need to make, Madam Director, an amendment for all resolutions to so we say the current and future director of PAHO. So I declare the resolution adopted. Right, colleagues, given the time, we'll likely only get to one more item before we will break for the day. Item 4.8, which I believe is the item that was requested earlier this week to be added to our agenda. Keeping the region of the Americas free of polio. Document CSP 30/19. I invite, many thanks, Ciro. I invite Dr. Luis Andres de Francisco Serpa, the Director of the Department of Family Health Promotion and Life Course of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table. Floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, directora, colegas. Es importante recordar que los brotes de polio se pueden presentar por reintroducción de poliovirus salvaje tipo 1 o poliovirus circulantes derivados, CVDPV, o por una probabilidad del resurgimiento de un VDPV como consecuencia de las bajas coberturas de vacunación de forma repetitiva en varias localidades de nuestra región. Y es que el riesgo de que resurja la poliomielitis, cuya eliminación de su circulación se logró en las Américas en el año 1994, ha presenciado fenómenos preocupantes, entre los que se pueden enumerar: la disminución sostenida de las coberturas de vacunación, acelerada en los últimos 2 años de la pandemia de COVID-19, la cual ha generado un retroceso de 27 años en la región, actualmente con una cobertura para la tercera dosis de polio en 79%, cuando la cobertura recomendada es 95% o más. También se documenta una disminución en la calidad de la vigilancia de las parálisis flácidas agudas, con una tasa de notificación por debajo del nivel recomendado de 1 por 100,000 menores de 15 años. Y la detección de un caso de polio en un adulto de 20 años en el condado de Rockland, Nueva York, y la detección de un virus derivado de vacuna tipo 2 en muestras de aguas residuales en 3 diferentes condados de ese estado, evidencian la presencia de un poliovirus circulante derivado de la vacuna o CVDPV2. Estos poliovirus están genéticamente relacionados con los poliovirus encontrados recientemente en Londres, Reino Unido, y Jerusalén, en Israel. Los hechos descritos anteriormente nos están llamando la atención para actuar con prontitud y de forma enérgica con el objetivo de lograr que nuestras coberturas de vacunación y vigilancia se recuperen. Y cerremos así las ventanas que han sido abiertas en los últimos años a este virus tan peligroso para niños, pero también para adultos no vacunados. Este es el momento de retomar el camino y mantener la región libre de polio. Debemos aunar esfuerzos, retomar nuestro panamericanismo y actuar de forma inmediata. Invitamos a la conferencia a que considere la posibilidad de aprobar el proyecto de resolución. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Many thanks for that. So can I open the floor for any comments from delegations on this matter, on the resolution? I recognize the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank the Brazil for bringing this very important topic to the meeting. We are trying to absorb the report and also the resolution itself. And if we could just ask the indulgence of the body for overnight to be able to really fully take on the resolution text. Thank you.
Many thanks, United States. We'll come back to address that specific point once others have intervened, if any others wish to intervene. Any other colleagues? Bahamas, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I endorse the comment by the US. I think a little more time will give us the opportunity to review the document that was presented with the proposed resolution. Over.
Any other comments? I see Chile. Chile, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nuestra delegación también apoya la moción de Estados Unidos de postergar momentáneamente la revisión de esta resolución. Muchas gracias.
Canada, are you going to say the same thing? Okay. So we'll take that as a given. Any other comments? So I think there's probably consensus that that we do that. Is that acceptable to the Secretariat? Madam Director, do you want to comment?
No, I hear member states, and I think this is a really important agenda item. I would recommend us taking an early break and revisiting this tomorrow. But I really want us to give importance to this agenda item. We in the Secretariat have already constituted polio as an emergency. So we have declared an internal emergency in PAHO because of the seriousness of the threat. Some of our countries are high-risk threats. The last thing we want to see is a polio outbreak in the Americas. And one case is an outbreak, so we already have an outbreak in the Americas. So, Mr. President, I would seek your indulgence to postpone this agenda item to tomorrow, so to give our member states some more time to address what is a very important agenda item. Thank you.
So ordered. We will take up this item tomorrow afternoon. So that I think should give sufficient time to delegations to be able to review the resolution and be ready to provide comments at that time. So I think you'll all be happy to hear me say that that's it. Let's just finish for today. But we'll have a very busy day tomorrow. So I want to indicate to you the plan for tomorrow. We're going to start in the morning, 9 o'clock, as sharp as possible, please. 5.3, followed by 5.4, followed by 5.5, Yes, we can sometimes follow things in order of number. Then, oh, that ends there. We revert back to 4.6. Then we'll hopefully be able to take a bit of a health break at that time. We'll continue later in the morning with 8.1 and 8.4. We also have 8.5 and 8.6 on our list. There's always the hopeful if time permits line there. We will break for lunch at 12:30. I'm going to propose, if members agree, there is, I think, over the lunch period, a regional consultation on the intergovernmental negotiating body, a very important meeting. But we would hope that that meeting would be finished just before 1400 to 2 p.m. And I would like to resume right at 2 p.m. so that we can continue with our discussions and issues up until the end of the day. And then hopefully we'll be in good shape for Friday morning. So that's the list. Hopefully everybody agrees. Thank you so much for your time and efforts today. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. We're adjourned for the day.